All right. Actually, I forgot how to open Diablo. It's over. Just Dango, always first. How we doing, buddy? Sweet Harmony, Dizzy, Caden, Alejandro. What's up, buddy? What's up, guys? Last Shadow. You're making a game? Damn, making a game? This guy's a god. There's a Last Epoch trailer. God, I would love to play it. The problem is if I play it on stream, it'll demonetize my YouTube stream. I'm it's going to be the opposite today. It's not going to be a super long stream today because one of my best friend's girlfriends is here from England. So today and tomorrow will probably be shorter streams. So I can spend time with her and Kirk because I never get to see her. I don't even have enough room to make another character. I guess I have one slot. Javi knew I went live because he saw me log in on DM has an interview soon, doesn't he? Yeah, we're gonna watch DM's interview if he doesn't mind. In fact, out of respect, let me. I sent him a message. I asked him if he would mind if I watched his interview live. It is today. It's in a few hours. How do I feel about the hardcore state of season 4? I think everybody's going to die. I think everyone's going to die. I believe tomorrow we're giving away. Oh, I just remembered something. Yeah, I was talking to Sarah. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he's okay. He said he's okay with it. I was muted because I was talking to Sarah. Give me 1 second here, guys. You really liked the interview yesterday? Hell yeah, man. What are we doing today? Well, part of the thing that I was going to do is just play the game. Okay. So let me see. Let's go to maxroll.gg. I haven't played this game in so long, guys. It's not gonna take me long, but um and the way that I would be playing today is not how I will play. 1 second. Do I think I'll revisit V Rising? The answer to that is I'm not sure, but it has nothing to do with the fact that I don't think it's a good game. I actually do think it's a good game. The reason why I would maybe not do V Rising again is because of all the building. And not that I couldn't not not that I couldn't master the building quite easily with time. That's not how I have fun in games. Really like the interview yesterday. Have I thought about trying Hades too? Everyone has asked me to. There's been so many people that have been asked me to try Hades too. I could again. One of my concerns is becoming a variety Andy. This is kind of interesting. Juggernaut's not really needed anymore, is it? Hmm. Hold on 1 second, guys. I apologize. I'm trying to solve like 30 problems at a time here. All right. Okay. Let's stop doing that stuff. What I want to see here, I want to see, did they use Ring of Mendelin? So this build doesn't use a single unique? Or is there... It's kind of interesting. They don't use the Ring of Mendelin? Yeah, there's no Mendelin set up at all, which is interesting. So we raise all of our stuff. So all you do is run around, you have your minions kill one thing, then you use a corpse tendril, then you spawn a bone prison, which spawns a blight. And then you're supposed to stand by your minions. I'm kind of surprised that they don't level with corpse explosion. Huh. You'd rather play Blood Nova minions. Yeah. What is that, an amulet, a unique amulet that makes them cast Blood Nova? Yeah, it might have to do with the tempering. Um you can get 11% crit. Can you get skelly damage? Looks like the Necros are going to move at the movement speed cap. DM's interview is today. It is. It's going to be good. You want to see me avoid this heartache on the start? Yeah, it's going to be very rough. Blood orbs reduce our ultimate. The ultimate is important because of this. Um, okay, I see the idea here. The reason why you apply Blight is because it's a multiplier for minions. So this build is just truly focused on minions. Like you don't care about anything else. What exactly can you do to prep for a new season? Well, one thing that will help is whatever you want to play at the start, really understanding the build. The thing that concerns me about such a build like this is you don't even have an attack. You actually can't do anything. It's all up to your minions. So if anything goes wrong with your minions, you are absolutely screwed. Let me see. Like for example, if we're gonna go Blood Surge, That's interesting. So Iron Maiden, huh? We're doing that just to gain. We're doing it just to gain the essence to recast Blood Surge. Makes sense. Bone Storm gives you DR and critical strike chance. Best build in season 4 will be all of the druid pets. This looks right. They did make a corpse explosion necro. Okay, it must be getting worked on. Okay. This is interesting. I wonder how this compares to my sheet. Let's see here. I had blind burrows. Or let's see here. Oh, it's the wrong. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I had Scirocco Caverns and Lights Watch as the top two. I don't get it. Where's... They don't have Lights Watch on the list. I had that as the second best one. Then I had... I don't understand. I'm so confused. We're missing some dungeons here. They don't have number 2 or number 3 anywhere on the list. Where's Sarah Slayer in Lights Watch? Blind Burrows is here. Is it just not been updated maybe? But it says that it's updated. I'm confused. Blizzard adjusted the Nightmare Dungeon. Wait, they did? Did they change it? Or maybe, I don't know, maybe Blizzard changed it? Oh. Does anybody have the new list? Yeah, it's in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Is Elden Ring in the top 5? It's at least in the top 10. Boiler, do you know, did they Did they lower the amount of nightmare dungeons in season 4? Because I have 60 of them. So for example, I have Light's Watch and Saret's Lair, and neither of them are here. On the patch notes. Diablo 4 patch notes. Okay, there's so many people subbing. Steve, Larine, Eternos, Balmar, Slushy, Dragons. Thank you so much for all the subs, guys. Ghost Runner gifted 5, and Slushy also gifted 5. Thank you, guys. Whose tier list is that? That was Maxroll's. Just want to see the list of the nightmare dungeons. Because in the I tested the ones on the PTR patch notes, but maybe they got rid of them, part of them for the launch. No, Light's Watch is right here. And then what about Saret's Lair? And Saret's Lair is right here. Did Maxroll? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Are these only are the World Tier 3 ones also showing up in World Tier 4, or is it only World Tier 3? Because it used to be the World Tier 3 ones would also show up in World Tier 4. It didn't used to be separated. Did we get clarification on this? Because you used to be able to play the World Tier 3 ones in World Tier 4. I don't know either. But it definitely used to be that these would apply in World Tier 4. I'm almost certain. I'm almost certain. Let me ask. Let me ask. Let me ask. Question. Oh. Question, if I may, about Season 4 Nightmare Dungeons. In the patch notes, it says World Tier 3 Nightmare Dungeons and World Tier 4 Nightmare Dungeons. Can we still get keys for the World Tier 3 Nightmare Dungeons and World Tier 4? Or when we go to World Tier 4, we only get the sigils from that list? World Tier 3 show up in both, but World Tier 4 doesn't become available until World Tier 4. That's how the game, I think, has always worked. I don't think Maxroll is including these, but they might have changed it. I asked them. Am I excited for the last Epoch roadmap? I mean, yeah, the whole thing is endgame, which is exactly what they should be doing. Mothoba, thank you so much for the 32 months, man. Appreciate you. All right. Lost my chat here. It's my chat. There we go. Last Epoch is the GOAT. Be right back 1 second. Maybe let's play a little bit of Diablo 4. Let's do a little leveling practice, even though I can't practice because Helltide doesn't exist, but we're gonna practice anyway. I have been looking up some guides and have to say that Maxroll did an insanely amazing job. There's so much stuff on the guides for everybody. We're trying, man. We're trying to always innovate and make the best guides possible. We'll be right back 1 second. All right. By the way, we have our let me show this to you before we start our run. I've done a lot of sponsorships for HelloFresh in the past. We did another one this week, and they sent me another giant box of food. And I told you guys I was going to make the spicy pork ramen. Look at how it turned out. This image is a little bit too big. Look at how good this turned out. This is actually the pork ramen that I made. It's got ground up pork. They said that the chili powder or the chili flakes were optional. So, of course, I dumped the entire package in there because I ain't no bitch. It was actually really good. Sarah doesn't eat very much food. She's a little Oompa Loompa. I made her a very small bowl of this. She ate her bowl instantly and asked for another bowl. She never does that. DM is interviewing the D4 devs. Looks like dog food. It was good, man. I'm telling you, it was good. We devoured all of it. So anyway, if you guys haven't heard of HelloFresh, they are like a meal prep kit. They send you a big box. You pick all of your meals. They give you instructions. Even if you suck at cooking, you can make it easily. You pick all of your favorite foods. They send them to you. You make them. The current deal that they have is you get 10 free meals and free dessert for life. So just wanted to show you guys that. I really like HelloFresh. I love HelloFresh and Factor, I think, are the same company. Factor does the microwaved ones and HelloFresh does the meal prep kits. I unironically love HelloFresh, and I'm not a paid chatter. It's pretty good, actually. It can actually also kind of teach you how to cook if you suck at it. Sir Linko, lots of love, man. I don't watch as much content, but I still catch most of the streams. I hope you're doing well. I wanted to say, even how cheesy as it is, you've helped me through a lot through your life story and how hard that you work. I've been busier than ever with my hopeful career, and you inspired that. Thank you again, my dude. Keep going, Sir Linko. Keep blasting. You will be successful, man. Thanks for the kind words. You are great. Remember that. You are great. Okay, what I think I'm going to do in typical Rax fashion is I'm just going to make my own build. It's kind of interesting how they've set it up. I'm sure it's super strong, but I don't think starting off I'm going to have any of these aspects, and I don't think I'm going to be strong at all. So I have to figure out how do I get a lot of mileage by doing absolutely nothing. I asked DM permission if I could watch his stream live out of respect. I don't like to just watch people's content live because, well, it's their content. I mean, everybody does it, right? But I like to try to be kind if I can. So extend the courtesy. So I asked DM permission if I could watch it live. And he said, hell yeah. He said, go ahead and watch it live. You're the only one who asked me permission, and everyone can just stream it anyway, and we're good friends. So we'll watch it live with DM's blessing. Tokak, a Handlin, thank you for the 40-month resub, man. Thanks so much for the subs, guys. Appreciate you. Yeah, the interview's happening soon. By the way, guys, you want to hear something crazy? I didn't realize this because I don't really pay attention. But someone told this to me, so I looked at it after the stream yesterday. Did you know yesterday we had more viewers on YouTube than we did on Twitch for the live stream? That has never happened for me ever. Never. And I never thought it would happen. And I'll tell you another thing. It wasn't close at all. I think YouTube had like over 5,000 people watching. I think Twitch only had 3. So that's unbelievable. I never thought that would happen ever. So thank you for everybody who's here from YouTube. A lot of people that are watching on YouTube are either they migrated from Twitch or they're watching on both. But I think the main reason why people watch on YouTube is, well, the quality is higher. Like the quality of the stream is higher on YouTube, has a higher bit rate, and YouTube has way less ads. Like by a lot. Yeah, and the playback and the pausing is good. If YouTube could just improve the like the chatting experience, then we would really have a stream. By the way, one more comment I want to make, like a general comment is, and it's not really, no one really told me this. A few people did, but I already realized it, is There has been something a little bit different about my streams in the last 6 months than the first 5 years that I streamed. And it's that I've been a little bit more negative. I've been a little bit more on edge. And there's actually, I'm not making excuses. I'm just trying to think logically about the reasons why. And the reasons for some of the reasons for that are, well, first of all, the Elden Ring thing has a very interesting community, let's say, certain members of it. But it's also that humans are creatures of habit. And when you're forced to change your habits, humans don't like that, including me. So I was very used to streaming Diablo, PoE, last Epoch, but there has been trouble doing that in the last 6 months. You know, yeah, I've been more critical too. Yeah, with like D4 not doing very well, with maybe the Path of Exile League not being very good out of the gate, and there's just the level of like somehow I'm playing into the negativity that comes out of that, and it's somehow spilling over into my streams. Not really my YouTube videos, because you can just record a video and just be normal, but definitely in my streams. And I'm definitely gonna try to be done with all of that. I don't like being angry. I don't like being mean. I don't like being negative. I don't like being critical. I don't like that. So starting right now, going back to Diablo 4, I'm still going to be real about things. If things aren't going well, I'm going to say so. I'm definitely infamous for that. Even a lot of the content creators, I think, turn to me when shit is going very poorly. They're almost expecting me to make a critical video or a critical take on it and explain what we're not liking. So like I'm essentially like in the good cop, bad cop scenario, I'm the bad cop. I have no problem doing that. I enjoy doing that. It's fun. But I'm definitely going to move away. I'm going to try my damnedest to move away from all this negativity, all of the being super critical, being on edge kind of stuff. I just wanted to say that. Just wanted to make that comment. Arrest me, Daddy Rax. I don't think you've been that bad. There's all different opinions, right? Some people think it's not that bad. Some people think it's terrible. Some people think it's the much better version of me. I get messages all the time where they said, "Bro, I was at work hysterically laughing with you absolutely mentally bludgeoning that viewer from chat. Like that was the greatest moment of my life." Some people love it. I mean, there's a part of me that absolutely loves to call out the glue sniffers out there. People forget that you don't have to be angry or non-civil to get points across. Yes, that's true, but there's also another part of it, Alex. It's not that people forget that. It's that some people choose to do that. Like, for example, there are a lot of, not all content creators, but there are some content creators that are waiting for the next meltdown to embellish it, sensationalize it, broadcast it. Some people are waiting for those opportunities and purposely trying to cause a big fight. All right, so once again, time for me to make. Well, I got to actually think about this because, okay, I'm going to be in Helltide. And when I'm in Helltide, everybody else is going to be in Helltide. So I think I go like... I think I go like Minion Corpse Explosion. This gives me attack speed, which gives my minions attack speed, right? Minions get 100%. Minions get 100% of my stats. Is that right? New Last Epoch trailer. If I play it on my stream, can somebody link me the trailer? If I play the trailer on stream, YouTube will demonetize my stream. So we can watch it on mute, I guess. I can watch it on mute because YouTube is stupid. Or I'm going to get demonetized. Like, I cannot watch videos on my YouTube stream. They will demonetize. They've demonetized me every time. No, they'll demonetize me. And then if I appeal it, if there's a system to appeal it. Okay, so that didn't show us much. There's a system to appeal it, but the system is just, it just goes to an automated robot that instantly declines your appeal. So I will appeal it and say, YouTube, I'm watching Last Epoch's thing with fair use. Like, what's the issue here? I will get an email response 1 second later saying that it's declined. So it's on July 9th, and it looks like remember, there is a pinnacle boss now. It's a pretty wide attack. I'm getting PTSD from... Okay, so what are we seeing here? We're seeing a big shockwave. We're seeing spinny gravity balls. We're seeing maybe like a damage over time on the ground. This must be the pinnacle boss. Let's watch it in 4K Giga Chad. Oh, it's Jim Bob. Oh yeah, it's Jim Bob the pinnacle boss. Grimslayer, Crabble, Pit, Tiny Jenny. 1 year, Tiny Jenny. Thank you. Dark. Thanks for the primes, guys. All right, let's play Diablo. So what am I going to do here? Let's think about this. By the way, I need to turn on Diablo sound, right, for the YouTube people. When we start going and playing, let me know if the volume is correct there for the YouTube friends. Or would you rather watch silently, YouTube? Would you rather watch silently or with a little bit of game sound on? Let me do a straw poll here. And I'm only going to paste it in the YouTube chat. YouTube, game sound or silent? Game sound. Silent. Create the poll. Paste the poll. I'm pasting it in YouTube. YouTube, if you care, go ahead and vote. There you go. Go ahead and vote. What would you rather listen to? Okay, this is not close at all. All right. All right. Well, that answers that. Okay. Let's put the sound at like maybe 35. I don't know. Try that. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna get into the new season of D4, but my kid is gonna make it hard. If I go minions and just move my joystick around in Hell Tides, will that do the trick to level up? Yes. Minions are gonna carry. I guess I'm gonna play minions here. It's not gonna be effective, but we don't have the patch, right? We get the patch on Tuesday. So I get these two. Yeah, the DM interview's in 1 hour, guys. We will watch the interview. I had... So if I go Reap... Let me just try this. If I go Reap... Then we need... I guess we need Supernatural Blight. And then here we're going to go... Blood Mist and Skellies, maybe? No. Let's go Blood Mist and... Let's go Lighted Corpse Explosion like that. Okay. Problem is early game, I'm going to be doing all of the damage. I think instead of this, I'm going to go Bone Spear. Trying to think what would be the best for Helltide. Might actually be Blight, actually. Let's just play with Blight. Fuck it. Let's just play with Blight. So let me respec this. So I'd go here, 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 here. Like that. And then I put one here, and then go like that. And Blood Mist. So if I go CE first, then that would actually put it in the right order too. Okay, let's try it like this. Let's just see what happens. This is not going to be the greatest build ever, but it might be the greatest build in a few days. Yeah, the thing is here's the thing. My problem is I can't do single target damage, and Blight will be way better single target, I think. So, all right, let's just give it a try. Here we go. We're going on 9. So I can't go to Helltide, so that's what I would normally do. What's my opinion on Barrage Rogue in Season 4? Looks like it's going to be extremely good. Can't even remember what's the. Thought it was S for skills. There we go. Let's see how this goes. Why can't I go to Helltides? Because Helltide doesn't exist in World Tier 1 and 2 right now. Unless I'm stupid. It's a new feature of the season. You wish Minion Necro was more engaging? You don't have to play Minion Necro. There's going to be a lot of great builds. So we need to get some kills here. And get our Skellies up. Okay, Skellies are up. There's an offhand. Got a Skithy here. I like Skithies. Got a sturdy staff. Okay. Can I have this? Alright. Am I going to play any Diablo 3? When there's the new Diablo 3 season? Sure. Forgot. Is it J? Tony is here. Mr. Leguan is here. The Diablo 4 racer. How we doing, buddy? Celine, 55 months resub. Are you kidding me? Cannibal, Fat Bat. Thanks for the subs, guys. Hopefully I got them all. What's up, Tony? What does the Barrage theme mean? I think is Barrage what they're giving you like a set of gear for specific sets every season. So I think they're going to give you... Hey, how do I open my Book of the Dead? C? Or Shift C? Okay, thank you. Shift C, thank you. I think you go... And And they said that the early game drops are also going to be significantly improved. So right now, using these skellies is pretty useless. They just die instantly and don't really do much. But it will be a lot better in Helltide. Oh, by the way, I have 1,000,000 skill points I'm not using. Let's pump that. Let's pump this. Hope that's the skelly. The other skelly thing. Yeah, this early on, it would actually just be better for me to skip my skellies, I think. Conduit, that's good. What we need is a really awesome weapon. We got an event here. I mean, level 10 in 6 minutes is still pretty good, I think. This is kind of the environment where minions are good. When they can run around and hit random things, your effective DPS is pretty damn high. So this is kind of where they're doing well. And they're supposed to be good on single target, which is the beauty. Yeah. Very, very nice kill there. Keep pressing the wrong button. Got a hand sickle. If I have an offhand, that one. This is 2% damage to distance, 2 core damage. Both of those are terrible for me. Both of those are terrible. Am I gonna watch the last Epoch live stream today? Didn't plan to watch that. Didn't plan to watch that. I will watch the DM interview. 50 minutes. We will devour the very gods together. God, I love Elden Ring. Elden Ring makes my PP hard. By the way, guys, yesterday in Elden Ring, I beat the last guy that drops a death root. So I gave it to Beast Clergyman, and then he left, and I was sad. I'm sad. Beast Clergyman is not there anymore. Okay, we got a yeller belly. Okay. You know, after playing Elden Ring and PoE and Last Epoch, and V Rising did actually pretty well in this category, but there's one thing that Diablo 4 does better than all of them, and that is it's just got such smooth movement and combat. It's got such a nice underlying engine for how everything moves. You really notice it if you play the other games. Like, my character does exactly what I ask it to do instantly, no hesitation whatsoever. That's one thing that I need to prioritize these guys. There we go. I'm gonna lose. Where is he? No! Wee! Wee! I don't understand. Oh, I gotta talk to him. Take a ring. I don't have a ring. Oh yeah, I have 6 skill points. Oops. The thing that's really hurting me is I haven't found a good weapon. I just don't have a good weapon, so I don't do any damage. My weapon is this, a level 4 one-hander. And I'm level 14. It's really bad. Really bad. That's why Helltide will help significantly. Because you're going to get way better items. Gamble. We did get a couple of things, didn't we? 56. Wow, we're rich. All right, watch this one. Watch this two-handed scythe. Boom. You had one job, Diablo. You had one job. Happy, thanks for the prime, man. Do I want legendaries in T2? I'm not saying that. Believe me, I don't think Diablo 4 needs to get any easier. I'm not saying that. What I'm much more saying is, I need to stop getting gray items. But no, I don't want you to drop me 10,000 legendaries, because then there's nothing to farm for. If you just give me everything in 5 minutes, then there's no reason for me to play the game, right? The whole point is to feel good when you find something. Getting a lot of conduits, though. Oh, Butcher? Wow, you came at the wrong time, buddy. My conduit isn't doing anything to him. He's gonna give me a legendary. A ring. Lit. I mean, I'll take it. Thank you, Butchie. Thank you, Butchie. Can you believe Butchie attacked me after I grabbed a conduit pylon? What a dumbass. What a dumbass. My minions are doing something, I guess. Kind of. They're trying. I can tell that they want to do well. Which is good. Like, they want to help me. They're... Yeah, the new season starts in a few days. We need Uber Butcher. I would much prefer Uber Tomb Lord riding the camel from the campaign. The second phase is the camel. In the second phase, you have to fight the day 1 unnerfed Whirlwind Barbarian as a level 1 17 damage Hurricane Druid. Not sure exactly where to go here. Let's buff, I guess, Corpse Explosion a lot. A resplendent chest. All right. I would need that gold if it was early on. Any updates on the cow level? I would have asked in the interview, man, but I didn't have enough time. I would have asked. I had it on my list, but 45 minutes is a very, very short interview. You don't get a... You have two options. You either ask a shitload of questions and don't get very detailed answers, or you ask very few questions and get a more detailed answer. I tried my best to do both, and... well, maybe it was my fault. Maybe I prepared way too many questions, I guess. You thought the interview was why Blight over Sever? Because Blight makes your minions do more damage, right? You and your minions do 20% increased damage to enemies in Blight. I wonder if that double stacks. Because minions get 100% of your stuff. We got a response from Blizzard. Let's see what they said. You can still get the World Tier 3 Nightmare Dungeons in World Tier 4. So our Maxroll tier list is wrong. Is anybody here from Maxroll? Boiler, are you still here? The team checked. You can get the World Tier 3 Nightmare Dungeon sigils in World Tier 4. So we have to put all of them in the list. I'm gonna message Woody. Okay, where's Woody at? Let me show Woody. Okay. We'll fix the tier list on Maxroll. It's not that the tier list for Maxroll is wrong. It's only for the World Tier 4 sigils. We just need to add the World Tier 3 sigils. So I wouldn't say it's not wrong. It's just incomplete, maybe. It's missing some keys, and it's missing two of the S tier ones. It's missing Light's Watch, and it's missing Saret's Lair. Oh yeah, I didn't pick. Give me 2 essence. I like that. Let's do that. What's the timer for? Oh, I'm just trying a new character. I'm trying what will be one of the strongest builds in a few days, but it's not very good now. But I'm trying it anyway now for fun. I just keep on buffing my minions. So I'm kind of seeing why Corpse Explosion is kind of dog shit. Because you just want to... Do you just want to spam for your minions all the time like this? You just want to keep empowering them like this? See, even without... Yeah, it's up for 8 seconds. When you spam it, though, doesn't it give them a little heal or something? So it's also keeping them all alive? So, like, they never die? Movement speed, and this doesn't have movement speed. All I care about is movement speed. Have I seen the new class? I saw like a clip of it. What was it again? Remind me. The Tempest, right? I must admit that does sound like a cool class. It heals them and it boosts their damage, right? Okay, 27 minutes for DM's interview, guys. But Rax, don't you have a phone? I have a phone. I'm very privileged. I have a phone. Hardly anybody has a phone. Actually, that might be true in other countries. I don't know, like... Does everybody everywhere in Europe, Asia, Middle East, they all have a phone? I would imagine maybe the lowest is in Africa. That would be interesting data to look at. What about in Africa? I would expect that's the least amount of phones per 100 people or something. That just means that Africa is lucky, honestly. It means that they don't have to play Diablo Immortal. Because they don't have phones. Even in the poor countries, almost everybody has a phone. Blood Surge is still the best for leveling. Remember, when you're leveling, you will not be in this confined little space with this kind of density. What you will instead be doing is you'll be doing Helltide. So Helltide, don't get me wrong, Blood Surge is still going to be godly. But Helltide has a lot more big, beefy enemies that you have to kill that are going to be very, very tough. So I think minions are much worse at AoE, but much better at single target. So I think that's going to help you in Helltide a lot. And remember, the minions that you're seeing here are going to be massively buffed on Tuesday. They're way stronger. They now inherit 100% of your stats. So they're gonna be way stronger. Keep in mind, playing in Helltide is much different than playing in Dopamine Tunnels. And I benchmarked it, by the way, on the PTR. This is before they put the buffs in. They put even more buffs into Helltide afterward. And even then, Helltide was killing Dopamine Tunnels for leveling up. I don't think the overpowering... I don't even think... Can minions overpower? So, and then you might ask, okay, Rax, well, if you're leveling on Helltide, why are you practicing in the Dopamine Tunnels? Because I can't play in Helltide. Helltide doesn't exist in World Tiers 1 and 2 right now. Watch my minions. Look at this. I'm not even doing anything. And this is the weak minions. These are the ones that don't even work. Watch the room. I mean, look at the room. It's just chain dying already. Okay, boss time. Let's see what happens. Battle wand.
It's not much, but I hope it helps.
The interview starts in 21 minutes, right, guys? 21. We're gonna watch it. We'll watch it for sure. Can I click that? Big hello from Germany. Love the Germans. The Germans are big gamers, man. I've certainly learned that being a streamer for all these years. Okay, the interview is starting soon. Germany here, Germany here. Good morning, Fearless. How are you? Lucas, Elvin, Pantera, GS3, Odin, Roko, Wivel. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Is the PTR open again? No, if it was, we'd be playing on it. Don't need a blue ring there. And they're all dead. For some reason, you thought I was from the UK. What made you think I was from the UK? I've actually never heard that before. My accent? What's up, Jeremy? Because I'm okay? Because I'm smart? Are all the smart people from the UK? I think out of all the English dialects and accents anywhere in the world, I would say where I'm from is the most like vanilla English possible. Like, to me, like the people from England and have such a heavy I don't really know how to classify it as other than like an English accent. The Southern people have that twang. The the people in Brooklyn order coffee. I still don't know what coffee is. In California, you got the surfers that sound like they just smoked 30 blunts. And then in the Midwest, you have literally nothing. It's just super vanilla, no flavor English. Midwestern is just nothing. Midwest has the Midwestern accent. Yeah, but I mean, how would you classify it though? It's just, I don't know. It doesn't have anything to it. I don't know. What have I heard about Bulgaria? I've heard Bulgaria is Greece's hat, and Woody lives there. Those are the two things I know about Bulgaria. What about Romania? Isn't Romania just next door? I'm better at European geography than you guys might think. If I took a Europe country quiz, I would expect to do extremely well. I would do better than you guys would probably think. Then do it. Are you challenging me? I guess we do have time. The interview's about to start. Do one right now. Prove it. You guys never believe me on anything, do you? You guys just don't believe. You think all the Americans are just stupid as hell. Do it, do it, do it. Geoguessr. What about Hungary? I mean, I had some tacos earlier, but all right, fine. All right, fine. Let's see if I can put my money where my mouth is. Okay, here we go. Europe map quiz. Okay, Slovakia. Okay, so let's see. Poland, Spain, France, Germany, Denmark. Okay, so one of these is I'm gonna get rid of chat so you guys can't help me. One of these is Slovenia and one of these is Slovakia. I think this is Switzerland, Austria. I think this is Slovenia, so this is Slovakia, I think. Luxembourg is this little one right here, I believe. And this is one of these is Liechtenstein and one of them is Luxembourg. I think this. Slovenia. And then Slovenia is this Ireland. One. Okay. Ireland, I think, is here. Poland is next to Germany. United Kingdom, here. Malta. Fuck, man. Hold on. Let me think. Malta. My initial guess was here, but it might also be this. I'm gonna feel real stupid if it's neither of them. Malta. I'm gonna go with my gut. That's Andorra. God, I'm fucking stupid. Could be this one too. This one?
Croatia.
Fuck. Okay, Croatia is this
Monaco.
one. Monaco. Monaco. Is this Monaco? No. Let me think. Portugal, Spain, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Switzerland, Austria. This is Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, Belarus. Monaco? Fuck, man. I'm gonna guess this.
Norway.
Okay, finally.
France.
France, thank you. We get some easy ones here.
Kosovo.
Kosovo. So this is Greece. This is North Macedonia. Is this Bosnia and Herzegovina? Is it this one?
Portugal.
Okay, Portugal.
Iceland.
Thank you. Give me some easy ones.
Finland. Greece.
Greece is here. Estonia, I think it's this one.
Ukraine.
Ukraine. This is
Latvia.
Ukraine. Latvia. Latvia is one of these two. Do I know which one?
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Bosnia and Herzegovina. Is that this one?
Hungary.
Hungary. This is Belarus. Is it this one? Or is it, wait, no, this is Czechia. Germany, Czechia, Austria. Hungary?
Spain.
Yeah, Spain.
Albania.
Fuck. This one?
Italy.
Okay, Italy is here.
Belarus.
Yeah,
Belgium.
Thank you.
Bulgaria.
I have some more easy ones.
Marino.
San Marino is here, right? I'm pretty sure.
Czech Republic.
Czechia is here.
Moldova.
Moldova is here.
Romania.
Yeah.
Montenegro.
Montenegro. Oh, Jesus. This is North Macedonia. I think it's this one.
Sweden.
Denmark. Netherlands. Cyprus. Lithuania. Vatican City. Liechtenstein. Oh, it's here. Austria. Serbia. Germany. Andorra.
North Macedonia.
98%. Get fucked. Nancy, you said United States? Okay. Okay, United States, let's go. New Jersey, pretty sure it's this one. Wyoming is here. West Virginia.
Tennessee.
You're the only 10 I see. Georgia is on Montana.
Oklahoma. Pennsylvania. Nevada. Arizona.
I always get these confused. This is New Mexico, so this is Arizona. Maryland is here. Indiana. Indiana is, one of these is Illinois. This is Illinois and this is Indiana, right? Louisiana. Maine.
New Hampshire.
I always get these wrong. Vermont, New Hampshire, right?
Missouri.
Missouri is right here. Illinois is here. South Carolina is here. Alabama is, this is Mississippi, right? Arkansas, Mississippi. Rhode Island is here. Florida. Minnesota. This is Wisconsin, so this is Minnesota. Delaware is right here.
New Mexico.
Mississippi. Michigan.
Oregon.
Vermont.
New York. Nebraska.
No, okay, Nebraska.
Massachusetts.
Never going to get that one wrong. Kentucky is here. Idaho is where the potatoes are. This is where the cheese is. Kansas is here. Alaska is here. Virginia is here.
North Dakota. Colorado. Connecticut
is here.
Utah. California, Texas, Ohio, Hawaii, Arkansas, North Carolina, Iowa.
100%, minute 40. Speed run. All right. See how fast we can do it.
Arkansas.
I'm gonna make this. Okay, let's restart. Okay, here we go.
Oregon.
See how fast we can do this.
Oklahoma, Washington, Arizona, North Dakota.
I might make some
Kansas,
mistakes.
Hawaii, New Jersey, Kentucky, Minnesota, Utah, Delaware.
It's actually hard to do it fast.
Wisconsin, Nebraska, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, South Dakota, Maryland, New York, Massachusetts,
Alabama's
Indiana,
here. Illinois, Indiana.
Illinois, Georgia, Iowa, Michigan, Idaho, Ohio, California, South Carolina, Montana, North Carolina, Maine, West Virginia, New Hampshire, Missouri, Connecticut, Vermont, New Mexico, Louisiana, Florida, Wyoming, Rhode Island, Texas, Nevada, Colorado.
Damn it! I was 1 second away. Asia, I think I could do okay in Asia. I wouldn't do as well, but it wouldn't be terrible. Africa would be a disaster. I think I could do okay in Asia.
Dakota.
Okay, here we go.
Wyoming, California, Nevada, South Dakota.
Why did I hesitate
Idaho,
so much?
Connecticut, Maryland, Michigan, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Illinois, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Hawaii, New Hampshire.
No, I misclicked. Fuck, I misclicked Maine.
Wisconsin, Maryland, Montana,
Trying to go too fast,
Nebraska, man. Louisiana, California, Ohio, New Jersey, Indiana, Vermont, Kentucky, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Arkansas, New Mexico, Michigan, Delaware, Nevada, Colorado, North Carolina, Connecticut, West Virginia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Idaho, Maine, Texas, Washington, Wyoming, New Hampshire, Minnesota, New York.
I was there. Why did I move away from it? What's wrong with me?
Virginia, South Carolina, Hawaii, North Dakota, South Dakota, Mississippi, Florida, Rhode Island, Iowa, Georgia, Alaska, Kansas, Oklahoma.
No! Interview is on. 102, that's dog shit.
Coming out here very shortly, and I think itemization is going to be the big talk. We do have some questions related to both itemization, what's going to be next, etc., for you to go through here on the list. Before we get started, we have to do a quick thing and make sure everyone here can hear the audio just fine. Can you hear Ghazi? So Ghazi, can you say a sentence?
I can say a sentence, absolutely. Super excited for the release. Minions, that's all I'm saying.
And Adam, if literally anything at all you want to say.
Yeah, test. I also am a minion enjoyer, it turns out.
So I've
Excited
heard.
to talk about him.
I don't know. Don't get Ghazi started on minions when we get going, man. That's gonna.
We've spent like the last few days. So I've told DM you got to make sure that I don't go off on a rant here because we're gonna spend the next 45 minutes on that topic. So we've done our best to make sure we don't get stuck there. Okay.
I'm trying to keep him on a leash from the whole thing being a necromancer interview, but we'll do what we have to do. So
I get it. Everyone has their thing. Some people it's druid wolves, some people it's necro minions, some people it's breaking the game with barb permanently. Everybody's got their thing.
All right. So with that being said, I think we've stalled enough to let the people roll in. If you're not here by now, we're just going to get going. We kind of we're wasting a minute or two because we're
Let me
a couple
put the
minutes early.
real
But
stream.
that being said,
Here's
thank
the
you
real
everyone
stream.
for
If
joining
you would
across
like
the
to
different live
watch
stream
it,
platforms for this interview with
pin it
Blizzard's
here
own
on
Adam
both
Jackson.
platforms.
Before we get going, you wanted to say who you are, what your job is over there for the people that for some reason don't happen to know.
Yeah, totally. So, hi everybody. My name is Adam Jackson. I'm the lead class designer, specifically on the live classes team. So, our group handles a lot of the pretty much all of the balance updates that you see going into the game for classes. We also are heavily involved in systems and the stuff that you see really in seasonal and expansion releases that have to do with the things that you farm and why, and the classes themselves, and the new legendaries, uniques going in, that kind of stuff.
And Ghazi, introduce yourself for the people that don't know.
Minion Andy, I guess is the easiest way to describe it. I do mostly written guides content for ARPG games, mostly for Path of Exile, Diablo 4, last Epoch recently. Just a hard Minion enjoyer. I can't get enough of it.
Minion Andy Ghazi. And then, of course, I'm DM. And with that being said, we're going to get going. So thank you, first of all, for joining us for the interview. It is now 1 p.m. PST. We're going to start with our first question. So right out of the get-go, we have some questions. Hopefully we can get to all of them. If we don't, it's all good. We're going to start with the first one here, which is, with the recent focus of gameplay being post-100, the 1 to 50 process a little faster than it used to be on launch, right? What are the team's thoughts on progressing the Paragon system? An example being like new Paragon boards, etc.
Yeah. So I think there's definitely room, I believe, and this is like my personal opinion talking here, but I think that there's definitely room to make Paragon more interesting. Adding new boards and things is always on the table. That is something that we can do, and probably is something that we will do. But the way that we kind of think of Paragon is that it's kind of your one-stop shop where we try to make stats cool, right? Like why you care about strength, why you care about whatever stats you're chasing. Like it's one of those places where we try to make it a little bit more interesting and robust. I think we did a decent job at the launch game with Paragon, but I think that there's more that we could add to the depth of the system to make it just more appealing. We did a little bit of that in season 2. If you remember, we started adding scaling mechanics where we turn some of your stats that are always additive into multiplicative scaling stats, like usually in legendary Paragon nodes and other places. But that's kind of a little bit of experimentation in that regard. I would expect that we do more in the future. Of course, nothing to announce, but that's kind of how we're thinking about it right now, is that it's cool. We think there's more opportunity to do cool things there. Something simple like adding new boards. Yeah, I don't think there's really a high risk there, and it's something that I could totally see us doing.
I'm glad to hear that.
I'm curious to
adding more boards,
the further development.
That's not that
of the Paragon
exciting.
System, because I know in the interview you had with Rax,
I want them to do more
the
cool
question
things
regarding
with
the
it.
skill tree was that the idea was to not further develop that, at least not too much, for the sake of new and newer players. And then after level 50, we see a progression of that part being the game focus for the company. But how do you see that? Well, how does the team think about the progression of that development without making it too advanced for those players?
Yeah, good question. Paragon board sits in a different place than the skill tree, right? Skill tree is like the very first thing you're introduced to as a player. So keeping that experience really easy to understand and robust for someone that's never played an ARPG before is a much harder task compared to Paragon, where Paragon, you've already gotten pretty far into the game or beat the campaign is our expectation. So we're allowed to add more complexity at that point in the game. That being said, there are some like UX issues that I think we know about with Paragon. Like, it can be a pain to reset and fill in all the many little blips that you have to. Like, I think those are actually more concerning issues that I would rather see us tackle than only adding new content. I think we can do both, of course.
Do we think that
these are kinds of the things of the problems that we're looking to solve, I guess you could say?
Do we think
Paragon.
players get
Simplicity
smarter
is always
by level
a factor
50?
because we do want people to understand our game, and ARPGs are notoriously crunchy. But
I don't think
if there
they
is
got
a
any
place
smarter.
that we can be a little crunchier, I would say it is in Paragon, if anywhere in our game, if that makes sense.
That's fair. We
That's
can move on to the
interesting.
next question we have is that as many people are planning their builds in Season 4, and we would like to ask for some clarity pre-launch regarding tempering affixes, mostly due to the fact that the patch notes stated that they'd be balanced but lack specific details. And I guess the same question applies to core modifiers such as ranks of Golem Mastery being available on multiple item slots.
Yeah, lots of people like to ask about Golem Mastery. So I guess what I would say is when it comes to patch notes and what we show to players between PTR and live is that we kind of have rules and guidelines for how we present patch notes and what we put in them for between releases. And PTR is kind of a special case because PTR, we're introducing new content to you for the first time, but then the live patch is actually when we introduce that content for real. And I'm using air quotes, right? Because not everybody is expected to play the PTR. PTR is also notoriously not balanced because it's way earlier in development than when we would normally release something. And so, managing expectations and how we present patch notes is something that we're still figuring out. And what that really means is, when we introduce whole new systems to the game, we don't specify every single little detail of them. As an example, in the PTR, when we introduce the recipes, we don't list every single tempering recipe and what the numbers are right now in the PTR notes, because our notes are already huge. It would blow them out and make them way bigger, right? And then if we, don't put them in PTR, but then we put them in live, then we blow out those notes. And then it's like, well, why didn't you put them in PTR? And then if we only show the difference, like only show the things that we changed, then people are wondering, well, why did you only show like half the tempering recipes? Because those are the ones that you changed, but you're not showing the rest. And then it can get confusing of like, well, where are the rest of the recipes, right? Like, why don't you just show it all? And so like, it's an easy kind of thing to get caught up in what we show. So in the future, I think we can show more. It just means that we would have to like commit to showing that in the PTR, which then means there's more pressure on the PTR release to have those things in a better state and actually quantify out the bigger list of changes, right? So it depends. But as far as like specifics, if you want to know some of the things like that are changing with tempering, there's a whole lot of number changes. Most of them are minor and aren't really that big of a deal. We did shift around where a few of the recipes, or not, like what stats are in what recipes and that kind of stuff to make more sense based on feedback. And then we did adjust some things that were just the typical, this is early in development and wasn't intended at all, but it's PTR, so this is when you get to see it. The ranks of Golem Masteries in that category, I think people were getting crazy, like 25 plus or something ranks. No, it's supposed to be just like every single other passive that you get. It's only in, very few slots, and it's very special when you get it. So, if you were planning on making a Golem build where they slam for 2 billion damage, you're not going to do it via mastery ranks. But I'm sure there's other ways to still make things crazy.
Yeah, guys, he got his minion. He got his minion question.
The people who read the patch notes are the nerds. I would just put everything in there.
Since we're talking about the PTR, I just want to slip an additional follow-up to that. Did you guys get out of the PTR what you were hoping to get? I know the players were excited to actually get their hands on the PTR.
I got rid of the timer.
Test it out, etc. But I'm curious if you guys got what you were hoping to get out of launching a PTR.
Oh, absolutely. In spades. When we release very large swaths of the game, like I would say the launch was the closest to this. Season 2 was moderately close to this, but I think this is bigger than that because we updated all of itemization, right? We gave people stats and powers that they never had access to, not limited to uniques where we can very control, like, hey, you get this very specific, special, powerful thing. But in items like, tempering affixes and things where we let you get bonus projectiles across the board or area size, those are very high risk things from our point of view. And by risk, I mean like, not only are they scary because of balance, but they're scary because of like PC performance and breaking servers and stuff. Because a lot of our game wasn't made in mind with every projectile could not just have one more, but be doubled in the amount. Sure. Or, the size of these skills were handcrafted to be, this is the size. And, we may have a back alley deal like, yep, we're never going to do that again. Have a handshake. We're never going to increase it, whatever, because this is what the size is going to be. And then we're like, oh, wait, we want to double it and do more than, actually, we did more than double it in PTR. We didn't even have a cap. And so we have to figure out like how we're going to manage these things for the long term and be healthy in the game. PTR was incredibly helpful for that. We got a ton of balance feedback, which is nice. But I would say the bigger important one was like, how does the game feel? Like the playing through the whole experience of tempering, masterworking, and that progression. We can have an idea of it, but when you have 50, 100, 200, even 1,000 people playing it, it's not nearly as much information as you would think compared to like 10 million people playing it, right? Or whatever. Sure. Like when you throw numbers at something, you really see the cracks very quickly and very easily, and they're more clear. Whereas when we're only testing things internally, we'll be like, oh, this could be a problem, or oh, this doesn't feel great, but it might be fine, right? Like we can have a discussion and we're using our brains and figuring it out. But we don't have the surety that we do when we throw a ton of people at it, especially people who are experts on ARPGs like you guys and our other creators and even just hardcore community members that really like to crunch these numbers and figure things out. They'll find things in 5 minutes that might take us 5 days. right? So it's just efficient.
Okay.
So yeah,
I
short answer,
appreciate-
yes, incredibly useful.
appreciate the insight on that one. So moving on to the next question here. So one of the major things that are happening in Season 4 is obviously itemization. That rework is now being complete with Loot Reborn. What would you guys like to focus on next as your next sort of major focus?
Yeah. That's a really good question. I can't get super specific details, but I can give you ideas of how we're thinking about things right now.
Sure.
Immediate future, I think actually the focus of the team is on reacting to Season 4 and this big upheaval that we made to the game. I am very sure that there will be cracks in tempering and masterworking and the player journey as far as, you know, the pit and how all of this feels when put together of like how good the game actually is. And those cracks are going to need to be iterated on and filled a little bit of like, hey, you know, we need more tempering recipes here, or hey, the progression of the pit doesn't feel that great there, or whatever, right? Our immediate thing is because we upheavaled so much in our game, you know, your whole end game way that you interact with Diablo 4 and your item progression is now a journey rather than just you hope the perfect item drops and you're done. Those are huge foundational things in ARPG. So making those and refining those to be good is the immediate largest concern by a pretty good amount. Like I think when you look at like what we're thinking of with updates with Season 5, right now I'm being a little bit cagey of like I need to leave some reaction time for my team and myself to like really look at Season 4 of what are the things that we need to react to quickly that would be the most benefit, you know, the biggest bang for your buck in Season 5, for example. But thinking a little bit more long term, like things that aren't immediate reactions to Season 4. I would say, you know, we're definitely taking a stab at it in Season 4, but I think that there's still going to be room to try and make the end game better for longer. Like have that tail feel good for a longer period of time and have a little bit more refinement in that section of the game, so to speak. So we're thinking and talking a lot about that.
Even longer than a
thing
tail
that we've been,
now.
you know, asked about by the community basically since we launched is like better end game, better end game, better end game.
Yeah.
And so that's something that's on our mind. Also on the class side, personally, one of the things that's on my mind a lot is trying to catch up other classes to Barbarian because Barbarians have more weapons. This has been a big thorn in our side for a very long time of that they kind of have two class mechanics and everybody else has one. And so our current plan is to kind of juice up those other classes so that they're really crazy, impactful, and good and feel awesome so that they kind of make up for the lack of aspects that Barbarians get. And itemization makes Barbarians stronger. Like there's a bunch of things that having more items makes difficult to balance, I would say. And so really having a firm, solid answer to that. We kind of addressed it a little bit in Season 4 with the Necromancer is our first whack at this, where we just juiced the Book of the Dead and made it crazy, powerful, and good. And tried to do it in a way that wasn't just numbers, you know, like make it cool, right? This is something that I told my people a lot to focus on. And so we're going to see how that goes, but I want to do that for the other classes, right? So that's kind of one of the big things at the top of our mind on the class side.
So with in-game... Oh, sorry, go, Ghazi.
I was just curious, like we talk about end game, that's the focus. End game, end game, end game. I'm curious about the definition. Like, what are we talking about when we say end game? Because that's different from, it's very subjective, right? Are we talking about level 50 to 100, or are we talking about post 100?
Yep. So funny you asked. I think Joe P mentioned it in an earlier interview. We used to think of endgame as everything after the campaign was our original definition when we launched the game, and we had to change our definition because that wasn't what players were thinking and saying, and the way that
doesn't even make sense though, because
they thought endgame was post 100
the campaign
or maybe
is
World Tier 4,
a few hours of content.
Right now, I would say it's still not exactly.
I don't think that definition
what we think of when we say
ever
endgame.
made
I think
sense.
people still have various opinions. My definition of endgame is probably something close to World Tier 4, and when that starts, or when you get to level 100 is an obvious benchmark that people can have. But in my mind, it's when you have access to all of the activities that you can do in the game, which to me would now probably be whenever you go into the pit, because there's no activity after that is like a new activity that you could not access at all. So that's what I think of when I think of endgame. But I think if you ask 10 different people, you may get like 3 or 4 different answers. But that's kind of how we think about it and talk about it mostly on the team. Either that or level 100, you know, if you want to think about it that way.
So how do you deal with the difficulty of creating in-game when players are able to consume the content quicker than almost any developer is going to be able to produce the in-game, while also shrinking the beginning portion of the game? You level to 100 faster than you ever have. You're able to get into these in-game activities faster than ever, but you're also at a deficit in terms of in-game content, so you're developing it while people are consuming it faster than you can. How do you resolve these issues?
Oh, God. This is a very long answer, and I could go into it for a long time, so I'll try to keep it brief. It's a very difficult problem, and it is one that I think every ARPG has, and it's one that we all have to kind of live with and mitigate, but there isn't a perfect forever solution. Because really what you're saying is, and this is like the two things that are competing, right, is players want content, and our game is a power fantasy. That's what ARPGs are, right? We sell you on, you do things to become more powerful, to have a new mountain to climb, to be more powerful, to have a new mountain to climb. Problem is, there are only so many mountains that we could make as a development team, right? Because the mountains are usually content. And so the difficulty that I think every ARPG runs into is you can only create so many mountains. So the first thing we try to do is create as many mountains as we can, right? Have as many various endgame activities and things for you to do that are interesting and awesome. And then, do that for as long as we can. But like you said, people are crazy and they consume content really, really quick. Some of them do, some of them not so much. And we have to balance between those two player types, which is a whole nother conversation. But then on the other side, for the people that can consume that content quickly, we want to make sure that there's things for them to do that are interesting and meaningful, right? And so this is why you see a very common way that ARPGs are designed is that we use random generated dungeons and random generated content for the end game. And why we do things like scale things either pretty hard or infinitely so that you have a challenge against your player power, right? Like player power goes up, you need something to fight against it as you're getting better. If you don't have something to fight against it, then really your answers are like make another character and do the journey again, or you get bored, leave, come back later, right? And those are kind of the options that a player has, or go against infinitely scaling content. That's kind of like the box that we're in when we're designing, and a lot of our work as designers is how do we make fun content and resolve these issues as best we can. A perfect solution is requires like a paradigm shift, I think, of like you have to kind of change what an ARPG is and like make your game ARPG, but also a little bit of something else so that you don't have to worry about this problem. But in an ARPG space, I think this is kind of just what it is and how people progress through it, and is a challenge that we're forever going to have.
One of the reasons
and so
why
you're going to
Blizzard...
see us, kind of bounce back and forth of like infinitely scaling content, but also matching that with milestone content.
Real quick, one of the reasons why Blizzard is in this position is because they have to keep redoing everything that they do. They redid resistances and armor. They redid items. They're redoing the game. If they didn't have to do that, we would be way further for endgame activities. We wouldn't be at this much of a deficit.
Right, and whether that means you're doing aspirational or you do forever content for a while, and then
we
you
keep
kind of
redoing everything.
We want to make sure both of those experiences feel good.
Sure.
This is why we have this deficit.
Listening to that answer, I mean, do you feel like, or would it be fair to say that the team's focus on effort right now has gone from the early stage of focusing on new player acquisition to more of an returning player focus and end-game replayability and longevity of the player base? Is that where the focus is? Would that be fair to say?
We're focused on both. I think my team right now is focused on the latter part, but remember Diablo 4 is a large team with many different sub-teams. I'm on the live team. So my focus right now is kind of endgame because that's just what we see as a place we could do better. But there are people on the team absolutely focused on new player experience, new player, how they interact with the game, returning players that have, they played the original campaign and then left and they're coming back. That's a discussion that we're having as well. How do we make that experience the best that we can? So there's actually a lot of different classes of players and the types of people that play Diablo 4 because it's such a large game. We're trying to appeal to many different types of people that play RPGs and even those that this is their introductory game. So our task is a little different than some other games where, they have a more specific focus. We try to grab it all. We're greedy.
Right, but isn't that a way to not grab anything? Isn't that like a general rule of life? If you try to appeal to everyone, you appeal to no one?
It's a hard problem, but that is actually what we're trying to do. Like high-level vision.
Let's just move on to the next question since we're kind of limited on time.
Yeah.
Let's talk about overworld content, since that is literally the identity defining for Diablo 4, right? Mm-hmm. And the question we have is, what are the team's thoughts on the potentials of strongholds and bosses having a bigger role to play moving forward?
Oh, strongholds and bosses. I guess I'll ask you a question back. I can give you a very easy answer, and that answer will be we think they're cool and we could work on them. Or I can give you like something I think is a lot more interesting and maybe an in-depth discussion. I'll leave it up to you guys. but
Let's go for the latter.
Yeah.
all right, because I find this very interesting. Why strongholds, why we design them, and what we think about them in board bosses. So, I think there's a concept that's very interesting. I would advise you and any of your followers who really want to get into game design or want to talk better about game design. There was a really great GDC presentation made by a guy named Alex Jaffe. He's from Riot, actually. And he gave one of the best presentations I've ever seen on game design. And he gave the presentation on something called cursed problems in game design. And I promise this will lead back to strongholds very directly. But what a cursed problem is in game design is this idea that when you make a game of a certain archetype, you immediately make a bunch of promises to the player. And these promises come with problems that we call cursed problems. There are these things that are so fundamental to the foundation of your game that you can't get away from them, and they're kind of your partner forever, or weight on your back that you have to deal with that you never get rid of.
I'll watch it after this. We'll watch it.
I'll give an example of a cursed problem in another genre in game. I used to work on Heroes of the Storm. It's a MOBA, right? Like League of Legends. If you ever played League of Legends, you'll hear this complaint a lot of matchmaking and playing a team-based game by having individual progression, right? The promise that you make when you play a MOBA or a team-based game is that you are playing with other people. But one of the big things that they sell you on when you play the game is that you have a ranking system that's based on your personal improvement. So you're being ranked individually, but you go into a team game with 9 other people, and those other people can interact, and you can have a game where you couldn't have won no matter how good you are, because those people impact your performance. And so you commonly get the complaint of, hey, I went into a team-based game, I did well, but my teammates suck, and I'm mad because I lost rank points, right?
I played
very common. Sure. This is a cursed problem of matchmaking-based, team-based games where your motivation that we promise you is individual performance. How about Diablo? Let's tie it back to Diablo. A cursed problem, I would argue, in ARPGs like Diablo and any other game, you'll probably have seen this problem, is that they are games of efficiency.
Or this is for DM.
We promise you player power is a big reason why you play these games. Is you want to go in, you start off as this peon person that kind of sucks and isn't very strong, and you grow into this really crazy master of magic or strength or whatever that can do incredible things, right? And the way that we deliver you on that promise is we give you power as you play the game more and progress through the activities, usually in the form of gear, but also in other ways too, right? Skill points, Paragon, whatever it is. What that translates to is that anything that you are doing in the game that isn't progressing your power is very hard to sell a player on.
Sure.
To make them want to do it. And it's even harder to sell them if it's not a repeatable activity that they can keep doing to get stronger and stronger. The way that I describe cursed problems or think about it is like when you ask me, hey, Adam, what do you think of strongholds or world bosses or Uber Lilith balance or a whole lot of other problems? I would think of these cursed problems like a tree, and the cursed problem is actually the trunk, the center of the game, what the game actually is and why you come to play it. And you're asking me about a leaf at the very edge of the branch. And so I can give an answer like, yeah, the leaf, yeah, it's cool, we could work on it. But like really the leaf connecting to the branch connecting to the trunk, this is what's actually causing the thing that you're asking the question about, right? So when it comes to strongholds, why do you ask me the question like, hey, what about strongholds? Can we make them better? The reason why it's a question that people ask, I think, is because strongholds are intended, and why they are cool and why they go against the rest of our game and why it's really hard for us is that they are meant to be one-shot, awesome, kind of story-based, really handcrafted, curated content, right? I would equate this to Uber Lilith statues, where we got this question the other day.
Sure.
The campaign experience, we get a question. These are all actually the same question, which is, hey, you people on D4 made this one-shot experience that we really love and is cool. We want to do it more. The problem is the moment you cross that line from one-shotting and it being cool to being a repeatable activity, now that activity is competing with everything else in the game that is repeatable content. Because now Strongholds has to compete against Helltide, Nightmare Dungeons, The Pit, Gathering Uniques, all of that, or has to fit in there in some way.
So one question about that then. So what makes Strongholds different? Like, why can't we do an Uber version of a Stronghold since people say they want to replay it, but we can do an Uber version of bosses that are already in the game? So we can do the level...
We absolutely... Yeah. I understand your question. We absolutely can, is the answer. But then you've changed it. The fundamental relationship that you have as a player with Strongholds is different now. You've changed it from one shot, this is a cool experience that's very unique, and that is what the fantasy is of people that like it. Now you've changed that to repeatable content that you're going to do 10, 20, 100 times over. And the thing is, a lot of content, and this is where it's kind of a cursed problem in RPG, we think of every content type that we add this way. Is it repeatable? Is it not? And the way that you design that content is very different. Because if it's repeatable, that means that you have to design the content in such a way that it is fun 100 or 1,000 times. That puts a lot more design constraint and limitations of what you can make that content. As an example, or many examples, when we launch the game, you can even think of some when you think of your experience with the game. When you do something 500 times, you care about things that you wouldn't care about if you did it one time. This is why, for example, I get questions a lot of can you let us reset boss rooms? Why do you want to reset boss rooms? It's because you do it 500 times and it sucks to do that every single time. If you had to do it 1 or 2 times ever, you wouldn't care very much. Why did you have to ride your horse to Nightmare Dungeons when we launched the game?
It's fair.
It was fun the first time, world building, immersion, really cool. Doing it 500 times because that's all that you're doing at your end game, not so fun.
So would you be concerned? Would you be concerned about the same issue with the new 200 bosses? If, let's say, you took some of the rewards, okay, and added like Uber, this just for the sake of the debate here. So let's say we wanted Uber strongholds, and you say, well, you know, DM, you liked it the first time, you might not like it the 100th time, and I say fair enough. But then I come back with you and say, okay, well, what if we took some of the rewards I would either get from the pit, like a grab bag? We take some of the pit rewards, we take some of the Uber level 200 rewards, and we throw almost like a world boss loot pinata as an option to be one of these mountains that you mentioned earlier. Maybe we don't want to make it the best thing. Maybe we want to make it a breakup of the experience so that we can get basically the same resources we got to get lately anyway from something else, but it gives us variety in terms of gameplay. Now, I'm not arguing this is the best way to go with the game. I'm just curious about the thought process behind that.
I think that's a good question. The answer is yes, we can. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Usually it doesn't. The reason why, in my experience designing ARPGs for a while now, is it's really hard to tell somebody, hey, you have option A and option B. Option A is 100% efficient. Option B is 70% efficient. What does 100% of players do? Maxroll makes guides. What is the best Nightmare Dungeon you want to do? Everybody makes guides. What is the quickest way to do the thing? What is the most efficient? People are going to do the thing. And it's not like if something is 100% efficient versus 50%, that 50% of players do the 50% and the other half do the 100.
So let me mute here and let me interject. What DM asked as a retaliation is kind of where I was going with it. The thing about it is, let me see what Gazzy's going to say.
I would qualify as a blaster and not a casual player. But I feel like what makes an ARPG great is to make people distracted from the fact that they are playing an ARPG. Because in reality, an ARPG game is honestly the very definition of insanity. We are doing the same thing over and over and over again with the only goal of improving our character to continue doing the same thing over and over again to do the same thing. And the best ARPGs, the game that you can play, would be a game where you are distracted from the fact that you're doing the same thing over and over again. So having options, whether or not they are slightly less rewarding, is another part. That's another topic. But the fact that you have options to engage with for the sake of in-game replayability, longevity, would allow you to be distracted from that fact and actually enjoy your time. That's the way I see it. So I'm not sure I entirely agree with that.
I completely agree with you. I want to premise this. I'm presenting to you the problem. I'm not saying that a cursed problem has no solutions and no ways to make it better. The bulk of my time is spent trying to answer the questions that you guys just asked and do it in a way that does make it better, even though I know it's a problem that will never be completely, absolutely solved, right? We do things like this. Some ways, for example, that we get you to do a variety of activities, because we do want you to, is like a common strategy is we gate certain rewards behind certain activities, which makes you need to go and do multiple things, right? Like you have Glyph XP in Nightmare Dungeons, you have the Helltide, the Cinders and Helltide that you couldn't really get very easily. Like we have things that are special to them to make you go around. I think a better solution, we've kind of moved a little bit more in this, is you can get things, you get some activities or materials or whatever from many places. There is one place that is the most efficient, but you're getting pseudo efficiency somewhere else, and that feels really good. Example of this would be doing Helltides with Whispers, right? If you're doing Helltides and you want Varshan materials for Whispers, double dipping on that feels really good as a player. And we want to do that and do that more. And that, I think, is kind of an answer for your Uber Strongholds question. Is I'm not saying, by the way, my answer is not we can't do Uber Strongholds because of these problems. Sure. What I'm saying is I'm trying to teach you why it's not so easy as just like, hey, make Uber Strongholds replayable and now everybody's going to love them immediately. right? We were changing a content type from a one shot. This is kind of similar to the campaign idea, right? Of changing the campaign experience from a one shot to a feels good 100 times. We have to think about that. We think about that content differently now.
Totally.
And that requires a little more thought and care, not just in rewards, but how it feels to go through it over and over again, right? Because it's fixed.
That's
And
fair
we may
enough.
need to add some randomness to make it feel better as you're going through it over and over. It's
Makes
just there's more
sense.
problems that we have to solve.
I wish I
Items lidless wallets being one example. It just fundamentally changes the way a skill works here. Has there been discussion from the team around modifying skills potentially outside of unique items, like within Paragon boards, other inventory-based items, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah. Fun fact: when we were originally designing things in the game, a lot of the changing of the skills was actually in the skill tree and in we called them A/B choices, but the different upgrades you could get for your skill. The original thought behind it was like, you can make your, frozen orb, like option A is like way different than option B, where they're almost like different use cases for the skill, right? And we moved a little bit away from that. Some of them are still a little transformative. I think that we can make them a little bit more so in the skill tree as we do in the future. That's one way that I think we can make the skill tree interesting.
Why did they move away from that?
Complexity. My favorite example I give to people on my team is a kick. Even though kick isn't that popular of a skill, but the difference between baseline kick and power kick, the upgrade where it changes into basically a core skill where it uses all your resource and does a buttload of damage to a person. You went from thinking of, this skill is like, you think of the geometry of the game and kicking enemies into walls, and it was too complex, I think, a little bit for what we launched with the speed of our game. But the idea was there of like, one way is you're playing 4D chess and you're rewarded, and the other way is you chase a resource and you just, this is Sparta somebody and kill them for 1 billion damage, right? It's completely different fantasies and ways that you interact with the skill. I think we could probably do a little bit more there with other skills to kind of make them transformative like that. We ended up doing more legendaries and uniques as the space that we do that, because we knew that items were so important, and being excited for a late game item to drop was a very core part of the game. We've kind of now made that a lot better with like greater affixes, for example, and things in season 4. So I think there is more room to make transformative upgrades in other places than items. But I also am very comfortable with the system that we have now, and I kind of like it. It gives you obvious things to chase with items, and it feels good to get an item that is a big upgrade that changes how you play. So I guess I'd be open to feedback from people. Like, is there a place that you think is superior to items to get these kinds of effects? Like, is it cooler to have it be deterministic in the Paragon board versus you're farming for something and you see the moment that it drops that transforms your gameplay?
I think you should put it everywhere.
I'd be in the boat of saying, make the skill twig grow into a tree. That's kind of the boat that I'm sitting in. But I also understand from the interview you had with Rax how that is.
I would put it everywhere.
There's reasons for that. To keep
Why can't you make choices in that, in your itemization, in your skill tree, in your Paragon board?
Whatever you want to go for, a power or unique item.
Yeah.
But how? Unless you have any follow-up questions, that DM, I wanted to ask you about the how that fits into the philosophy of a lead class designer when it comes to the fantasies. These altering skills or uniques, whatever you want to go for, would have an impact on the class design.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure.
I'm going to try to reword that. That was horrible.
Yeah. No worries.
No, I was wondering how these unique items or skill altering modifiers, no matter where you get them, how that would impact the class design when it comes to focusing on keeping or maintaining the specific fantasies of classes.
Yeah. So when I think of a build, or our team thinks of a build, we try and think of the entire package and we compare it to the whole other package of a class. I don't think of a build like, I don't know, Frozen Orb, let's say, right? When I think of like the total power and coolness and strength and all of that, there's a journey that needed to be made, but I think of it as you end with all the things, right? You end with the conjurations, casting frozen orbs, and you're blowing up everything on your screen. It's awesome, right? So when we think about like designing a new class, or when we're first designing these classes, we have to think of, how do we make an interesting and good player journey from the beginning when you first use a skill, making that as impactful and cool as possible, while at the same time balancing against you need to leave room for growth and making things crazy and also to make it better. Some skills are easier to do than others with that, I would say. We definitely had a lot of things before the game came out, discussions about like, hey, this skill it feels really crappy early on. And we're like, yeah, it gets really crazy later on though. They're like, yeah, but who's going to pick it up if it feels really shitty early on, right? Like, you have to balance the two things, and that one is like
I've been
it's just
crying
a bunch of
about that since the
discussions and
beginning.
iteration, even when the game is live, of people complain about it, right? And we're like, yeah, we agree, and then we change it. Example that would be like Barbs and Druids for a while have been complaining that early game kind of sucks, but then late game they're powerhouses, and that's kind of been the identity. And so we've been like alleviating over and over again of like basic skills are a little better, they're a little better. We don't want to go too far, but we keep making them better, right? So that's kind of how we think of it. We think of the whole package, and we try to make sure that your journey is enjoyable and good. And that's true, by the way, with items and tempering and stuff, right? We tried to create that journey and itemization. That was the point of season 4.
I want to be in this.
So we're approaching about 10 minutes or so left here, right around there. So we do have some rapid fire section, which, I mean, not all of these are just yes and no type things. So you feel free to talk about these. Don't have to just be like one word answers, but we have about 15, 20 of these. I'm going to try to blast through that. These are mostly primary questions grabbed from YouTube comments, grabbed from the chats, etc. The community just continues to ask over and over again. Some of these may have already been asked. Apologize if they have, but just because they've been spammed quite a bit. One of the ones that we've seen quite often is people are asking about raids. So we have overworld bosses, right? Pretty cool. People like them. It's like a big loot pinata every now and then. Is there any plans of further developments, or have you guys thought about potentially of raids like 8-man, 10-man related to clans, larger size, basically?
Yeah. First, I would say this is just Adam's personal opinion, not the team, because I know everybody has different thoughts on it. But I think raids are interesting and cool. I think that they would present quite a few hurdles for us to overcome that make things tough. I think they're probably doable, but as an example of some of the things I think of right away that are like, oh my God, this is scary, is like, even now we have a problem where we're always competing against solo players' efficiency versus group play efficiency. There's a lot of people that play Diablo and RPGs that really have a strong identity with wanting to play by themselves and not be required to go into a group. And if we put in this type of content where we say, hey, you must go into a group to play this, then we have to reconcile that of like, hey, how do we either balance that around, can solo players do it as well? And if they do, then why is it group content? Or, yeah, too bad, you have to also be in a group to engage with this. And then that puts a lot of pressure on the rewards for that content, because if we make the rewards something that a solo player also needs, then we're making them go into a group when they may not want to.
Sure.
But if we make the solo, or we make the rewards for that type of content the other way, where it's not something you need, then why do people do it in the first place? So there's a lot of questions there that are noodly, that are tough to answer.
Sure.
But I'm really just describing the problem space. I do think though that overall, the idea of getting with a group of your buddies or random strangers and doing like a 10-man fight on a huge dungeon or whatever with a big boss at the end that requires mechanics, like that is really cool and appealing. So then that's kind of how I think of it.
So I got two more quick ones here, and I'll pass off to Ghazi. So in that case, then, if there's issues related to like forcing group play, basically, let's go the other way and say solo self-found mode. Now that trading is more common here with legendary items, etc., have we seen the potential for maybe adding an additional game mode or other game modes?
I think it'd be cool. Nothing to announce today.
Fair enough. Next one, PvP. There is a small but very passionate PvP community that is curious about further plans involving content specifically for these groups of people. I promised them I'd ask this one for them. What are your thoughts on PvP within the game?
Sure. Don't have anything to announce when it comes to PvP specific content. I would say I think we would be more interested from those people, like what would they want to see from us? I would actually be curious about, of like, what do you want? Do you want like an arena type system where we pre-program your gear for you? Do you like open world? Do you want some type of different progression system? Kind of like the group versus solo play, the PvP versus PvE.
That is definitely an answer saying like, you're getting nothing for the PvP community anytime
to it, the more that we're saying to everybody that doesn't want to do that, hey, you must do this to progress your character. And that's back to that, cursed problem, trunk theory. Like, everything is about power progression. So the moment we put power in an activity that's a little more niche, then we can really make people unhappy if they have to engage with that. So like, what would they want to see? Do they want to see a better way of interacting with PvP? Is it just that the balance is crazy? Because I think that people kind of embrace the crazy balance in Diablo PvP. But that's where I think I would start the discussion.
Thanks for the answer. Gotcha.
That's fair. When it comes to these questions, these rapid fire questions, we got them from chat and from YouTube. And one of the questions that we wanted us to ask was, how can we see how long people have been offline in our clans?
clan management issues currently.
Yeah. I'm not involved with that group, so I can't give it. I actually don't know, but I feel like that's very reasonable. I think we could bring that back to the team pretty easily. I will say we do have a team that works on like UX issues, user experience issues.
I guess
and
it's
they
to kick
are the
them
ones
out
that
or
kind of
what?
look at stuff like that, like the ideas that we get over like group finder or armory party finder. This type of support, we have a team that's looking at it. I know that they're working on stuff, but I actually don't have complete insight into what they're doing. But that seems very reasonable to me.
Stuff. I like it. The next question is actually about pets in game, and we're talking about non-combat pets, ranging from cosmetics to maybe loot pets that might only loot gold or something. Is that something that's been discussed? If so, what can you share?
We have discussed it. I think it'd be cool. Don't have anything to share.
All right. Next question would be sorry.
Oh, go on. I was just going to read the next one.
All right. It's just DPS meter and dummies. I would love to see that because you can't really see it when you have a minion army hitting a dummy. I'd like to have DPS meters. Is that something we're going to see in the future?
Yeah. Think it's cool. Don't have anything to announce.
Fair enough.
But I'm actually thinking a little bit more about that. And maybe feedback would be useful of like, is it really only on dummies that you want to do it to test builds, or would you want to see it in the rest of the game?
Put it in the game. That way we can see who sucks.
And other game types, but I'm not sure that we have the same problem.
World boss spawns, big bonk. Everyone else did 0 damage. Get wrecked, noobs.
But
fair enough.
I feel like it'd probably be fine, or at least for a personal one.
I know this one's probably like you can't go anywhere with this, but offline mode, is there any potential for an offline mode in Diablo 4 at any point?
I have not heard any discussions about it. I would doubt it.
Okay.
I think that one, I'm a little more sure I could say, but I don't see it on the horizon. But
fair enough.
Also, I'm not in charge of those kinds of decisions.
Glyph leveling and quality of life. Is there any potential for glyph leveling outside of Nightmare Dungeons? Are we going to add experience to glyphs elsewhere in the game?
We've talked about it a bit. Nothing to announce. I think kind of going back to the idea with Helltides and Whispers, I think it is cool to have a less efficient way to do something while you're being efficient doing something else. That's my personal opinion, though, and kind of what I feel. But I'm not on the systems team and don't know the nuances of glyph leveling specifically and why we keep it in one place. But I wouldn't be surprised, I guess, is what I would say. But I don't have a guarantee there.
How about things like surprise events, like i.e. Goblin Vaults from D3, for example? You get the ring, you go to secondary, they can pop out, or pour those to other types of things. Any surprise ambush related event type of stuff? We have the Goblin Packs, for instance, which is pretty cool in D4. Rare, but cool.
Yeah, well, so I say we've added a couple in Season 4, kind of mini events where like you have a chance when you kill an elite and it'll spawn into like a ton of gold or a ton of materials or things, or give you way more than normal. We like the idea of surprise events. I think you can expect us to make more in the future. That is one way, kind of like what I think it was Gazzy, I think you said, of like we want to break up the monotony and we're trying to make sure that it feels different even though you're doing the same thing. And I think surprise events is one of the ways that we do that. Sometimes it's more successful than others, but it's definitely something that we want to continue to chase.
They're getting all my rapid fire questions off that I didn't get to do.
That's fair. What's the team's position on support builds? Like back in D3, we have CDPS, Demon Hunters, and Barb style builds. Do they have a place in D4 moving forward?
That's a good question. I think so, but we have to be careful. We were a lot more scared about it when we launched the game. I remember people kept asking me, like, Adam, can we make more support builds, make more things? Of like cross synergy is really cool, and I agree it's cool. The other side of that is kind of that issue we deal with forever of group versus solo play. Is that the better we make a support build, the more we're saying the best way to play this game is to go with 4 people, support your friends, and you get multiplicative, massively increased amounts of output, right? So I think we do want it. We have it a little bit with Barbarian Shouts, right? And we've even added some legendaries that do it. Like there's a Druid one that turns your Blood Howl into an AoE buff. But I don't think it's one of those we have to walk the line very carefully, I think, because it can be very detrimental to the game if we go too far.
All right.
But I'm not against it as an idea at all.
Okay. Jumping over to the next one real quick with opening community events. Way back to like Blizzard, AQ openings in World of Warcraft, for example. Community designs a legendary. Any sort of that community events surrounding those things. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it'd be awesome. I'm not against it at all, but those are checks that I can't cash. So yeah, I would love to. I'm not gonna make it, but yes, I would love an AQ event like that in D4 or something, or even community making a legendary. Oh, how scared am I of that? Or unique? I don't know, probably, but we could find a way to balance it. I don't know. I think
it could
it'd be cool. I think it'd be neat. Yeah, I'm on board.
The community made
I'm
COE,
gonna
and
throw
it was
you
the
a
best
quick
ring
one
ever.
with something that's close to my heart, and that's map overlay. And before you say immersion, I'd like to say that a lot of people will say, let us play the game we want to. What's the thoughts on map overlay moving forward?
This is personal Adam thoughts, not company thoughts, because everybody has different opinions, I think, and we've talked about map overlay.
I really don't understand why they don't get you an overlay if you want to use one. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I think map overlay, it's one of those where there's such obvious pros and cons, and I think different types of players really want to engage in different ways. I personally am not completely against a map overlay being in the game, but I understand why there are people that feel strongly that we really don't want to try and make a game where you're looking at your map the whole time and not all of this beautiful world and art and things that we've created to try and immerse the player.
But most of it is instant content
and the efficiency game that we pull them out of it. And I think it kind of goes back to kind of what you said of like, ARPGs, we really want you to, we know it's an efficiency game, but we don't want it to feel that exposed all the time that you must feel pressured to do things perfectly all the time. And a map overlay pushes that pretty hard.
I really just don't understand that take.
So I see both sides. I think I'm a little bit personally in favor of just having it because people want it, but I understand it changes the game pretty fundamentally for a lot of people, and there's a pressure there now. It's kind of like DPS meters in many games too, I would equate it to. Like the moment you introduce that, you kind of can't go back, and you've changed how people interact with your game forever. And so
I don't understand. I don't get that at all.
I see why it's a tough topic.
We're actually doing pretty good on time. We're almost through the rapid fire. We just got a few more here, and then we pretty much are GG out the door here. So, ultimate button. This is something that gets brought up a lot. People have asked, can we get a separate button for the ultimate?
Yeah. Maybe. I'll explain the problem space of why. Yeah. So when we're thinking about Diablo and why we don't have more extra buttons or like an ultimate button or whatever, is that we thought heavily and worked long and hard deciding the number of buttons that you're going to have total on your bar at all. And those buttons were determined by thinking of how many different actions do we want a player to worry about at any given time. And right now we have, you have evade, you have potion, you have your regular ones on your bar, and then your core and your basic, right? If you have a basic. Adding another button is something that we could do. I mean, controller issues aside and making that feel good. It's a matter of how complex do we want to expect every single player to interact. And at the time at launching the game, we wrestled back and forth with this a lot. And at the time, our idea was we would rather have something like an evade button that really everybody can use and makes the game feel very different. And it's kind of like, this is very different than other RPGs, than a specific ultimate button. There's also would need to be a lot of rebalancing of ultimates when we fully expect people to have one versus that they can choose whether or not they do. That work we could do, I think. It's more of like, do I want to balance and design everything assuming a player has an ultimate in addition to all of their other skills, and what that means to how we have to change ultimates or do other things. I think it's doable, but I don't know that I'm very excited about the prospect unless there's a very clear win.
Okay, can understand that. A couple just fast ones. Don't have to go in depth on just some transmog things. People are asking maybe a color wheel for transmogs as opposed to just like red, green, blue. Any thoughts on adding like a color wheel?
Yeah, it seems cool.
Okay.
It's not my team, but yeah.
Non-horse mounts. Pretty much all the mounts are horses. Can we get like a maggot or anything out of spider?
I think we should, and I wouldn't be surprised if we did it, but I'm not involved in those conversations. But I think I personally feel like it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
I agree. I'm glad we agree on that one. Okay, wings, kind of controversial, but a million people ask me wings. Are we ever going to see wings in D4?
Yeah, that's a little more controversial. I would say I don't know about the future. I can explain a little bit of where we're at now, and I'm not even completely involved in this. This is a little bit of my opinion because I didn't make these decisions, but. Return to Darkness was one of our big guiding philosophies when we were making D4 up to launch. And this idea that, hey, this game is going back to kind of D1, D2 roots of being scary and a little
Yeah.
more, you know, gruesome and dark and
Yeah.
dreary. And we even try, even with the combat, that's why we have evade, is like you have to dodge attacks and really plan because this world is dangerous. In some ways, we've learned that players, you know, want to blast and they don't care as much as we over-indexed a little bit on it.
Sure.
But it is still something that we care about. So like now like before Wings was kind of in that,
Yeah, it doesn't
it's
fit
making the game a
vibe
little
as
bit.
much,
It
yeah.
doesn't fit the vibe
I
we're
get
going
it.
for, but we've moved a bit. But have we moved enough that Wings are okay now? I don't know.
Fair enough.
It's like I think we're right there. I could see it being either way, but that just explains kind of how we got here. So
Fair enough. I get that. We only got like 3
Yeah.
questions left here, really. So the last transmog related or cosmetic related question is: can we get cosmetics potentially for minions? I know Ghazi probably would like this one.
I think it would be cool. It's a lot harder to do for minions than for players, though, or even like Wings, because you can have 1 million minions on your screen, and how loud that is a concern. But I don't think it's an impossibility. I'd like to see it. I think it'd be cool. Same with Druid transform transmogs. I think would be cool, but that's just my opinion.
All right. Go for it, Ghazi.
Speaking of being scary, what about a unicorn level? Cow level? Is that ever something that's going to happen? Because we've all been hunting for it.
A unicorn level, that sounds neat. I don't know what you're talking about with the other one.
There it is. And shout out to Rax. Uber Tomb Lord win.
Riding the camel?
I think it'd be cool. I'm down. I don't know, whatever people want to fight. I mean, we could make it.
All right.
I mean, we
pretty
fight
much
Uber
are hitting
Tomb Lord.
the
We
end of
fight
time here.
Tomb Lord all the
I wanted to
time.
take
Might as well make him
time.
an Uber.
I will submit. There's a couple other there, like bug reports that I'll just DM over
Yeah.
as well, and we'll skip those ones. And you know, we just hit our 45 minutes, so I appreciate the time. Thanks for answering all the questions. And we actually managed to get through pretty much the entire list, including the rapid fire. So you done good,
Yeah,
son.
that's great.
I appreciate
Yeah.
it. You know, any last
Well
words or
done.
anything you want to say?
I would say, first, thanks to both of you for taking the time to talk to me.
Thank
We
you.
really enjoy these conversations. I look forward to doing more. For everybody else, one of the things I'm really passionate about, like first, go listen to that presentation that I talked about on cursed problems.
We're gonna listen to
one
it.
of my goals with getting in front of people and talking with them, and I've done this ever since I started as a developer. You can go look at interviews with me years ago from Heroes, but I like having better discussions with you all and with players that are a little more informed. So as people get passionate and want to learn about game design, it's easy just to be like, hey, why don't you add this? And we can answer those questions. But I like more in-depth ones, and we do on the team, of like, hey, why does this work the way it does? And can we find a way to make it work and get what we want, right? Like when you counter back at me with like the strongholds question, like, can't we, okay, Adam, I listened to you. I understand your problem space. Now that I've thought about it, can we do this and why or why not? Like that to me is a better discussion and a better culture, a better world, really, if I want to get sappy, of like, be informed when talking about things and care about it and think about it and don't just blast like, hey, just do this, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be a game dev either. It's not like I would.
Yeah, and I'm not saying everyone has to
dev.
be a game dev. I just mean like if you care enough to really want to know, like, think about it and have real discussions. And so I want to be a force for that, I guess, in the community. And I think other people on our team do as well. So
thanks, man.
yeah, but I really enjoyed the time. So enjoy talking with you both.
I enjoyed
appreciate
that
you joining.
conversation. It was actually nice seeing the thought process behind it, and then like it kind of in real time, because normally it's like you make a video, maybe you get a response about it or something, but it is kind of nice to see like in real time the feedback, because you're right, just during the very brief conversation about strongholds, like it did actually, I'm like, oh, it makes sense, it's a consumable design thing, kind of hard to turn into a repetitive Exile. So thank you for opening up about that. Guys, you got any last comments or anything you want to say?
Not really. I mean, I know you're a minion lover, so I want to get in on a deep dive talk with you someday about that. Could do that on stream on the Tavern Talk someday as well.
Maybe we can someday. No, yeah, I my roots are in RTS, where I manage 1 million little units, and I love minion stuff and everything. So
sounds good, Ben. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you both very much.
We'll let you head on out the door.
All right. So let's talk about a few things, and then I like knowledge, and Adam Jackson said that video would give me knowledge. So let's watch it after this. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a few of the things that they said. And again, maybe this could turn into a 5-hour discussion with me and Adam Jackson. Let's talk about the stronghold thing. They talked about this for a long time. So Adam Jackson said that one of the reasons why they don't go back and look at strongholds again is because strongholds were designed to be a really cool one-time thing, and once you start to make something replayable, there's a ton of different things to consider, and the design team is going to be involved, and it's a part of resources. Do we want to go redo strongholds or make a new endgame system, right? And almost everybody would say a new endgame system. It goes back to the same exact concept about the campaigns. Is I would look for solutions where some of the concerns that he voiced wouldn't have to be a problem. So, for example, if strongholds are a godly one-time experience, what I don't want you to do is don't make them a 500x replayable system. The way that I would solve this is with math. I think one thing that I've learned, and people with feelings would disagree, and I think that they're just wrong as a math major, I think you can solve almost everything with math. You can solve, I would say, 98% of problems with math. And everybody who says that's not true, I think you're just wrong. You're just wrong. Okay, so how would I use math to solve this without changing it to be something repeatable? What Blizzard could do, and this would also allow them to maybe open up more one-time really cool events, is what we had before was Renown. And people don't like doing it again, but it's really not people don't like doing it again. It's, let's say, most people don't like doing it again. So what you could do, and again, you would need to think about this in depth. I'm just going to give you a 2-second answer. You'd have to design it carefully. But what they did is they just eliminated it. And they said, okay, you don't have to do Renown anymore. No one likes to do Renown. What I think you do instead is you either release Renown again or a Renown that you redo that's optional. Let's just call it Uber Renown, but it's not really all that Uber. It's just second round of Renown, and this is what repeats on all the seasons. This is not a repeatable thing. You do it one time on the season, and it's optional, and the way that it's optional is with math. And like Adam said, it doesn't need to have 100% efficiency for anything. It doesn't have to have 100% efficiency for glyph XP. It doesn't, or for regular XP. It doesn't have to have it for glyph XP. It doesn't have to have it for Helltide materials. It doesn't have to have it for pit materials. If doing it gave you 70% of the value of everything and you just had the option to do it, and maybe you make them, I don't know, a little bit harder and it's still a one-time thing, then what you have done is you've given players options. You've broken up the monotony, and all the people who enjoy doing the strongholds one time, or maybe the people that really hate themselves, that like getting on their pony and just go clicking the altars of Lilith, then they could have fun doing what they're doing, but you don't have to do it. Like, maybe the most efficient way is not to do this. You never do this ever. But the whole idea of the way that strongholds must continue is into a new replayable mode that you have to be able to do 500x. I would never tell you to do this. Make it one time again and use math to make the rewards interesting for people that want to do it, but it's not mandatory. People won't do it. You're wrong, Alejandro. People will do it if you get the math right and if it's fun. There are plenty of people, I'm sure there's people in the chat right now that wouldn't mind doing some of the Renown every season, especially if it would give you something pretty decent. People, I probably wouldn't do it, me, but there are people who would. People think way too much about what you want to do, but they said themselves, they're trying to appeal to everybody. Shutting down Renown did not appeal to everybody. Transforming it into some huge new replayable thing that requires a complete new redesign is also not the answer. Use math, make it a one-time thing, and let people choose to do it for some kind of efficiency. That's the way that I would approach this question. I would be interested to hear what Adam Jackson would say about that. Raids, solo versus group. Think about the current state of Diablo. In Diablo, if you like to play as a solo player, the only way you can do that right now is self-imposed. If you want to play solo, that's fine, but group play just wins. When you get to the end game and you're going to keep killing Duro, you're going to do group play. They're doing some things to try to make it not like that in the pit, but you have no options in solo. So to not make raids because they're worried about the solo experience, I mean, people already can't really do stuff solo, or if they do, they're already at a disadvantage. So I don't know why you don't implement an SSF mode. And they said, well, when you make an SSF mode, you have to make decisions. Can people do the raids or not? And can they do them if you make group play? And do you have to pair with like other SSF players, or do they have to rescale the raids down, or maybe you just don't get this content? I don't think this is ever an acceptable answer. I don't think you ever go for this one. I don't think you can take away the raids from SSF. But I think we need a mode like this, and I think either of the options I would be fine with. On the raids, when you want to do them, you play with other people that only played solo, I think is fine. Or if you scale down the raids like World of Warcraft did, World of Warcraft has like 10-man raids and the same raid at 25-man, and they're like different. You just give a lower scaling and you just truly play it solo. I'm fine with that solution as well. But I think the way that it was talked about, I'm sure that's not the way that they think about this, is the solo versus group is not fair, so we can't make raids. It's already not fair. So, I mean, I don't know what that has anything to do with it. I don't think it has anything to do with it. So I wouldn't use this as a reason to not make these. And I know some people don't want raids. They say it's like an MMO. I think they would be cool, but if they don't come in, I'm not going to cry either. I've never understood this at all. I genuinely don't understand this. I've never understood this. From the alpha to the beta to the launch of the game to 1 year later. Almost every ARPG gives you some kind of map overlay where you can see where you're going. I have never heard anything even close to a counter argument for not. By the way, guys, I don't really use map overlays. I'm not like the biggest map overlay Andy. I can play without a map overlay. I just played Elden Ring and I went to the sewers and everyone was saying how complicated the sewers were. I had a lot of fun making a mental map of the sewers in my mind and just running through them without a map. Like, I don't care. It's not going to bother me if they never put this in the game. But I don't understand why they don't. A lot of people play ARPGs with this. It is how they enjoy the game. For the people that want their immersion, don't turn it on. This doesn't hurt anybody to add it, and it helps a lot of people to add it. This doesn't ever make any sense to me. The people who say, look at our art, look at our environment. Bro, we will if we want to. Same as the cinematics. And we have been looking at it for a year. It's the same art we've been looking at for a year. But I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense to me. I'll never get this, how this is not in the game. And I'm not even one that's going to be turn it on and be super happy. I don't even care. It breaks immersion to press M. Right. You're saying, what you're saying is, currently in the game, it breaks my immersion way more to open up a full screen map versus I'm still playing, let me see the overlay. I don't know. I will never understand this. I want to have a respectful one. Give me everybody who doesn't want to do this, and let's do a 1 hour podcast about map overlay. I'll go against however many there are. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm not even going to use it. Okay, so about the ultimate button, it's not even about, I don't know, it's not even about the ultimate button. What I really wanted to talk about were the other things that they said about designing things, where they was said, like, how do they design, where should they put the deviations on the different fantasies of the skills? And they also talked about player inputs needed. And Adam actually said this. He said that he and the team on launch, I think his phrase was over-indexed. They over-indexed the player base. So, and what I think he means by this, which was the point I'm trying to make, is it also has to kind of do with the map overlay. Diablo 4, I think, historically is trying way too hard to deliver you the experience that they think that you should have. We're going to make a game. We're going to give you this many buttons. You are not going to tab this open to go look at this. This is way too complicated for you. You're never going to figure this out because we did some research. You can't figure this out. So we're going to make it very straightforward for you, and this is your path. I think this is hurting Diablo 4. Not that general sentiment is bad, but I think they're doing it far too much. Whereas PoE is more like, we made a mechanic, here are some parameters for it, and we have no idea how you're going to interact with it. Let's just see what happens. And they really just let you go with almost no guidance. And people also hate that. People hate, I have no idea where to even begin here. I'm watching these YouTube videos, people farming 30 mirrors. I can't even clear a T5 map. That is also bad. But I think, as Adam phrased it, there's a lot of over-indexing. There's a lot of, this is the way that we think that you should play Diablo 4. And I think that they should open it up more. So if you would have asked me that question, that they asked Gazzy and DM, where do you think that we should put in the deviations where things can get crazy? Everywhere. Put it in the skills. Let me make some significant choices. Let me make significant skills in the Paragon system. Whatever, you're going to release Legendary Gem. Let me make significant choices there. Let me almost craft my own Diablo 4 experience. Give me some help. Give me some guidance. And then let me play, man. Let me play. Let me make what I want to make. So these are like 4 things that I was watching. I was just dying to talk about, but I'm just watching. So the whole thing about give us an ultimate, and well, that'll give you one more skill. What's the chain reaction that will happen there? I guess you could say that that's fair, because barbarians have been, I mean, I said this, if you go back, my tier list before the game even launched, said barbarians have 4 weapons. How are you going to balance around that? And even with all the bugs, barbarians just seem to overperform all the time. And they're trying to catch the other classes up. Balancing and bug fixes have been a problem. So I guess I could understand why adding an ultimate button and then giving another skill is going to add another layer to it. And then how would you solve that problem when you haven't even solved the base problem? That is fair. But once you get those things tightened up, man, I think we need more bold things like this. I loved in the Season 4 patch notes, one of the first patch notes I read is, minions now inherit 100% of players' stats. I was like, holy shit, that is a huge change to the game. Now it actually really matters how I build my character for my minions on how they perform. Now you're giving me kind of the cool, customizable experience that I've been yearning for, rather than pick left or right, pick left or right. Hey, the Paragon board is all about just maximizing the number of glyphs you get. Here's 10 glyphs. All you have to do is figure out the 3 glyphs that you don't want. 2 of them are super obvious. They don't even work for you. Okay, so you make one decision and then you make an optimal route and you put in the 7 glyphs. You aren't even really picking anything if you put any thought into it. You don't pick anything. And then they say, well, we do the focus groups and we do the research and people can't figure anything out. And the new player experience does matter. And there are way more casuals than people that will look stuff up. But it's not even about looking stuff up. It's very straightforward. You just got to think about it for 5 seconds. You just got to, you don't even need a Maxroll guide to make a decent Paragon board with some very, very basic thinking. Rax, what about beginner level? What do you mean? DM is here. DM, what's up, man? Hey, do you want to? Are you headed out, or do you want to talk for 2 seconds before you go? Gazzy is here too. You guys want to chat for a second, or are you out? Sure, hit me up. All right. All right, let's call DM. Thanks for the raid, man. I guess let's tell him we call him.
Ring banana phone.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Oh, just another day.
Another day in paradise?
That's it. Another day in paradise, my friend.
Do we have a way to add
interview.
Do we have a way to add Gazzy to the call?
Yeah, that's easy enough. Here, I'll add this all. 1 second. Let me ring him.
Okay, let me hang this up. Let me answer this.
Yo.
You're on Rax's live stream right now, by the way.
Oh shit, yeah, that's all.
Yo, you guys did.
Interview.
That doesn't work at all. All right, how do I? Oh wait, like this? Okay, I'm stupid. All right, there we go. Let me get this out. Let me move this. Let's go full screen here. Let's turn on the virtual camera. All right. Turn on my camera. Please work. Come on. Help me. Lit. Are we here?
I
Yo.
see you.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Oh. Hi.
How'd you feel about the interview?
You know what? I actually feel pretty good about the interview. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to pull up everyone here and I'm going to get you guys all cut together. It's too juicy not to record, I suppose. Get Ghazi on here too. How'd you feel about it? I guess is the more important question.
I mean, you guys did 2 things that CJ and I were not able to do. You actually asked a good amount of questions. That was good. And you guys actually had a brawl. I was sitting here, I was salivating, man. I was like, God.
You liked that one, did you?
Dude, I wanted to put on the boxing gloves and join. I was crying, man. I was like, it was pretty good. Yeah, the one thing, I'll tell you the one thing that really struck me, and I don't know if how you guys felt about it, but it was kind of in like a lot of the different answers. And then I heard Adam say it himself. And I think that this is what he was meaning, is he said that in the beginning of Diablo 4, they were always worried about indexing players. And I think what they mean is like, they don't give them the map overlay because it ruins your immersion. We can't give you too many buttons because when we give you you can't handle pressing this many buttons. Or when we build the skill tree, we do a focus group and everyone puts all their points into the generators. You can't build a skill tree either. You guys can't figure anything out. And I really think that because that they did that, a lot of the Diablo 4 experiences have already been already pre-crafted by Blizzard up to this point. There's really not too many decisions to make in the game. And when he said that they had over-indexed previously and they're trying to open things up, like when they asked you guys, well, where do you think that we should put in all the different options in the skill tree and the Paragon board and the itemization? I was screaming everywhere. Let me make decisions everywhere to make crazy ass shit to make the game fun. That's kind of like how I was interpreting it. And I was so glad that he said that they over-indexed from the beginning.
Yeah, agreed.
I think it was good. Sorry.
No, go for it. Go.
No, wanted to have when I asked him what the definition of endgame focus is for them. I wanted to hear what their team is considering the end game to be the focus of. Like everyone has a different takes on it, but what matters is what they focus on. And they talk about, when you engage with everything. So like 50, 60 plus, we start getting into World Tier 4, 70, 80. That's like where they're focusing on. And I feel like this whole idea with itemization of providing variety and options and engagement of enjoyment of your character's progression is very limited. Because they talk about how good it is, and I'm sure it's going to be great in the end game. I'm just concerned that it's going to go so fast on the progression of 1 to 100 that you're not going to have time to enjoy that upgrade, which you're not going to spend a lot of currency on and tempering and mastering, because you're going to replace it 5 minutes later with a new upgrade with the current loot system they have. And that's just giving you the streamlined checklist. Get your armor check, get your level 100. Now the itemization matters. And you have that combined with what you were talking about with allowing us to have variety in decision making in your character's power levels on more sources that the player gets to choose from would be amazing. And I don't know where the line is where the structured, catered painting that they want to make is interfering with the free choices of the players. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what I was talking about. It's like Path of Exile. Conversely, I don't think either of them are perfect, right? As a no life degen blaster, I prefer Path of Exile's thing where they don't hold your hand at all. They don't explain to you how flasks work. You start on the beach and, well, figure it out, buddy. And then by the end, you have 2 massive trees and they release these season mechanics and they say, you can craft pretty much anything. There's 80 grave slots and you pick all these different things and all the different instances you walk through. I mean, just figure it out, man. Just see what you can do. That turns probably a good portion of people off just because it's overwhelming. But Diablo 4, holding your hand, you can't cross the street. No, you can't have a candy bar. You had a candy bar 3 days earlier. You're going to eat, the standard meal that we've fed you. I don't think that's worked either. And I do think that Blizzard is starting to move away from that. And it's feeling better to me. I hope that we get to at least some kind of middle ground.
Yeah, I feel like the answer in terms of where do you want to see the optimization is, and we see everywhere, is they probably want to see that too, I would assume. They probably want to see ways that they can further modify things all over the place. But I'm assuming that as they do it, every time they do it, it breaks something. So they're having to do it slowly, piece by piece, and starts with itemization and adding the in-game and then balancing things around that, etc. So I'm assuming they also want the same thing, and it's more of a capability to being able to do that and promise that, and that's why you can't really pull too many answers out of definitive things during the interviews, if I had to guess. It's the same thing with the ultimate button, where it's the ultimate button's interesting. When I was saying that, potentially the problem with adding it is you have too many buttons. It's there's 4 buttons is how I feel about it. It's a 5th button. I don't know if it's a console thing, or are they thinking about how many buttons on a controller, et cetera, maybe, but that's kind of what I was thinking about too.
One thing, I can't remember which one of you asked it, but it was a good question. One thing that you guys asked is, I think it was DM, about how do you keep up with the pace of releasing endgame content with the amount that people are consuming, you're never reaching it. One of the things that, well, I don't know if the right phrase is I give Blizzard a pass on it, but one of the reasons why I think we're at such a deficit, as you explained it, is Blizzard has spent a good amount of the last year redoing everything. They redid armor, they redid resistances, they redid items. The first couple of endgame systems that they released didn't go very well, and the two that did go very well, Helltide and Nightmare Dungeons, have also been completely reworked and are reworked again here. So I think like I understand why they're like trying to catch up here. And again, on the topic of the ultimate button, I completely agree with you. There aren't that many buttons to press. It would be another cool way. You're guaranteed to get your ultimate. It does open up the build possibilities. But along those similar lines, they literally explicitly said it in your interview. The whole time, they are trying to fix the million bugs in the game, mostly due to barbs doing 20 billion damage. Simultaneously, barbs, even when they fix it, just straight up beat all the other classes because of the inherent design of the 4 weapons and the million legendary powers. So I could 1,000% understand the hesitation of, I'm not adding an ultimate button now because we can't even make classes hit as hard as a barbarian without it. But once they get all this stuff fixed, I'm hoping that the deficit shrinks. I'm hoping that the creativity and the paths open up. That's what I'm praying for in the next patches and the expansion.
I agree. I think it's the deficit. Like it's this basically what I was saying earlier about like how do you continue to make in game when you're already behind? I didn't mean to say like you're at a deficit. I mean, I wasn't trying to say that. I wasn't trying to say it, but it slipped out, I suppose. But there's a million things I'm sure they would love to add that they're just you have to fix the items. Like season 4 is just now coming out without the items being fixed. They can't add everything else because then it adds more work for changing the items, which does literally everything. So they had to do the items first, and then now they can start layering other stuff on. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
What do you guys think? So we went through the 3 interviews. Are you more hyped, less hyped? Did you think that these, like, I thought these interviews were better than the campfire chats, right? I mean,
they were good. I actually thought they were good. Like Riker, we got a lot of philosophy out of. We got more like specifics, like, hey, you're asking about individual things. We tried to strike a balance and then get the leftovers of things that weren't able to be hit there. And I actually thought he did like a really good job in both answering everything that he could. He answered more than I thought he was going to be fair. And I definitely think that it's less like pre-programmed. I think some of the issues that people have with like the campfire chat is it feels very corporate and like a very controlled environment. So it's hard for, like they saw with the pre-program where people were talking about, oh, these were questions weren't even asked or whatever in the live stream, but they put them for Twitter or what have you, that were from that one company. I think people like have issues with that, whereas you get them on a podcast, it's much more of a back and forth. So when we're talking about things like Uber Stronghold, we can actually ask follow-up questions, and follow-up questions aren't really something that's ever happened before. I'm very glad they're starting to do these interviews. Not only because I'm a content creator, so obviously it's dope to be able to do them, but it is probably the best communication we've got so far, I would think. They didn't say that there were any questions in the list that we sent. We're like, hey, we're going to basically ask these, like these are what we're thinking. He didn't say he couldn't answer any of them. He only said that like, hey, I just, I can't leak stuff, obviously, which we all knew anyway. And outside of that, I was like, okay, cool. We can do our whole list. So we were able to shoot literally every question we wanted to ask. Only we didn't ask about charms because that was already basically answered. It's like, that's a nothing burger of a question. But we got every other question we really wanted to ask. We didn't have to cut the balls off of any of them, which was pretty nice.
Yeah, for sure. I just realized I got disconnected on Discord after going on a 2-minute rant.
Oh, we didn't hear it.
I don't know what happened.
Dude, let's hear the 2-minute rant. Let's hear it.
I mean, it was just quickly touching on the idea that Adam Jackson said in the interview that they wanted to focus on all types of players. Like every company wants to do that. They want to focus on new player acquisition, the beginner players, casual players, and also the returning players and endgame replayability, longevity. Every company wants to do that, and it feels like a very cop-out kind of answer in that sense. Of course they want to do that. But at the same time, we're in a current state of the game where there's a lot of check marks, right? That has been alleviated with certain changes. But if you look at Season 4 right now, the check mark is get to 100. And now you can have fun with the in-game replayability and getting over these mountains. But it feels like you just get to 100, get your armor checked, and now the fun starts, so to say. And that feels so awkward. And I'm not sure how they're going to be able to make itemization, which is the core fundamental parts of an ARPG, to fix, which they're working on. And I'm excited for it. But how are they going to make that interesting in the progression up to that point? where it actually starts to matter. Because I don't think any of you guys or myself will actually engage with mastercrafting and tempering when we're doing World Tier 2 or World Tier 3. We'll start doing it World Tier 4, I'm assuming. Maybe you guys have another take on that?
I think that's the reality of it. I think the way that you described it is how it will go, and I think it's by design. I think there's a paradigm shift. I'm expecting people to level up very, very quickly. I went on the PTR and I actually tried speed leveling. I was trying it on hardcore because they took away the cheat death potions. That was a great decision, by the way. There's going to be a lot of people who die. When you're in Helltide and those guys ambush you and you have dog shit gear, you're going to die. I tried to run from them. There ain't no running from them. You're dead. But I think that's kind of by design. And so I'm constantly reminded and told like 50 times a day, Rax, the way that you play the game, it's not how 90% of the people play the game. A lot of people, I think, probably maybe won't care. They're just going to get in Helltide. They're going to open some treasure chests and they're going to see their levels fly up. I don't think they're going to be too concerned with min-maxing their tempering and their masterworking early. And one thing that we have heard over and over and over, which I hope it comes true, is their focus is on the end game. And from your interview, they said their definition of that is post 100.
Yeah, so, that was a good follow-up by Ghazi. I thought that was a smart follow-up of like, what is your in-game? Because I don't think we've really got them to define what their version of in-game is yet.
So I have to understand what they consider the different aspects of the game to understand their intent with certain changes. Like my take of end game is different from the next person's take on the end game. But what we take, what our understanding and our translation of it doesn't matter. What matters is what Diablo 4 has decided. This is the end game. So when they say end game, we need to understand what it is they're focusing on. So I think that was really important for us to hear that.
Yeah, so I guess just to kind of wrap up, I would agree with you. I think that is the reality of how the game will play for a while. It sounds like their focus is again on the post 100, so I'm not expecting too many more changes, more to the 1 to 100 experience, other than making it faster. And I think we just start caring about it when we get to 100 because it's going to be a lot faster. And I don't know if that's such a bad idea. I think it's a hell of a lot better than their original definition of the end game, which was the 50 to 100 grind, which was literally just grinding for pretty much no reward, right? And then you get
probably
to Uber,
the same dungeon too while you're at it. Yeah,
dopamine tunnels, baby.
Yeah, I mean you do the S and the A tier nightmare dungeons, and then over and over and over, and then you get to Uber Lilith, and unless you're using a Hoda build or a Bone Spear build that one-shots her, then you just get to die 600 times to her bugged waves, and the whole screen is red. You can't see anything anyway.
Yo, Rax, 27 hours of bashing my head into a wall with a summoner build before I got her down.
Yeah, and killing her with summoner back then was rough, because summoner back then was not even close to the best build.
Yeah. It's fun when I finally did it, though. But
I know a lot of people would not agree with this, but that was the most fun I ever had in Diablo 4. It's just getting my ass.
I actually completely agree. It took me 11 hours with Necromancer, and I was using Bone Spear, but I had dog shit gear, so I still had to do the mechanics. In fact, you came by and watched me.
I was watching you.
And so you knew I was struggling. In fact, one of your tips is what helped me beat getting the multi-dash and the boots. So it took forever to beat the damn thing. But after 11 hours of seeing they were playing it, when I finally beat it, that was like the best, like, oh my God, like we did it, type of, that was the most fun I've had with the game too. I was actually a little sad when they nerfed. I know they, the nerf is maybe proper or whatever, but I was a little bit sad when it was like, people start one-shotting it and it got nerfed and all this stuff. It's like, I feel like you want these challenges to feel kind of near impossible, like Pinnacle type stuff, I liked it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to like, I understand like the point of Diablo 4 is to make money, right? And so just spending your time, when Diablo 4 has a lot of big fish to fry, spending your time making a pinnacle aspirational content when we have so many other things to do is certainly not going to pay the bills. And most people's definition of fun is not getting your ass kicked by Uber Lilith. But The thing for me that killing Diablo 4 Uber Lilith did, which actually I don't get this feeling. I usually don't get this feeling ever in any video game. It's rare. I feel like I actually accomplished something.
Yeah.
I actually felt like $1,000,000 when I saw her die. I was like, I actually did something epic right there. And
One of the
yeah.
points they made in your interview when Joe said, when you were talking about, is there more plans for things that are skill based? I feel like it's on this concept, because his answer was it should be more heavily reliant on gear, which I get. It's an ARPG. You got to have the reliance on gear, but there's something about like having reliance on, no, if you suck, you will not beat this and you need to get good. Like fighting Uber Surus for the first time or something where you just get absolutely ass blasted until you get good enough to beat it. Like that is the process of accomplishment that I don't feel like I get too often. And so I haven't really felt like that since Lilith. Maybe Uber Andario will feel different. I haven't done it yet. Maybe it'll feel that way, but I don't know if I'm assuming you did the fight, right? Did you get that same vibe at all?
I have never fought a level 200 boss in Diablo 4. I've never seen it. I've never fought it. I've never seen any of them. I'm going in totally blind. I'm probably die on the way there anyway. I don't think I'm in all the speedruns I did on PTR. I died when the Helltide people spawned in World Tier 3. They killed me instantly. So
what level were you at that point?
Well, I did a few runs. I died at 30 in World Tier 2 to them. I died at 52 in World Tier 2 World Tier 3 with Sacred Gear. They killed me. And then I think I died again at 57. I was almost 60. But after the changes, now you can put on Ancestral Gear at 55. So I was in Sacred Gear, World Tier 4, died at 57. But on live, you would have Ancestral Gear, which might have let you live. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to know how to get away from them. They're going to hunt you down big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we were talking about, like, summarizes it pretty well, right? We want to have challenging content, right? That's what most returning players and veteran players, and also obviously speaking for my own sake, and all three of us, like people that play an obnoxious amount of unhealthy hours, like streamers and other people. But you, DM, mentioned Uber Cirrus, right, from PoE, right? Did you ever beat it?
Yeah, I beat all of the Ubers. Yeah,
you beat it eventually. So
yes.
Essentially, when it comes to that fight specifically, it's very clear. Have you seen the fight, Rex?
No, I'm kind of a PoE noob. I actually just beat all of the bosses pretty much for my first time, but I didn't fight the normal ones. I did Righteous Fire, and I beat all the normal versions. I've never attempted an Uber boss in PoE.
All right, so Cirrus is basically like a shit show, like an Uber version. It is so messy. And there are two ways to solving it. You either you're born in a test tube, like Ben, for example, or you just have to beat your head into the ground, like in a wall, till you finally manage to tweak it perfectly, but you need a good character for it. Or you shove enough currency in your character to you trivialize the fight by killing it instantly. Now, translating that to Diablo 4, Uber Lilith was such a slog. It was so hard. Mechanically, once you learn to fight, the wave patterns and all those things, the builds that had an easy time was the ones that trivialized the fight. That was the easiest way to do it. You bypass the phase, or you instantly Sargus. You didn't have to worry about being good at the game. You just trivialized it. And as per seasons have progressed in the game, we've been given so much power that getting to the point of trivializing the fight has become so fast and so easy to achieve that the accomplishment is no longer there. Killing Uber Lilith on Season 0 was an amazing accomplishment. I felt so good despite beating my head in for 27 hours or whatever it was. But beating her now is like, yeah, it's kind of whatever. It's not the same thing. But Joe said I believe in the interview with you, right, where he said that they don't have a problem philosophically to introduce this really hard, challenging, aspirational content. But if they do, or rather hopefully when, it has to be telegraphed or promoted in a way so that the casual players, the non-blasters, have a full understanding that they cannot ever beat this. This is like the hardest thing ever. But where do you draw that line? Should they introduce content that is only for those players? Like, is that a good balance? And PoE's version of that is like the Uber versions of some of these fights. I'm not sure where the line is, because Uber bosses in Diablo 4 are not very hard.
Well, I think one thing that helps PoE a lot is I feel like PoE has a lot of stepping stones. So when I'm playing PoE, and I'm kind of a noob, so I'm representing, I don't know, the casual community or just the community that doesn't know very much. My first step is just to get through the 10-act campaign and still be alive. Then it is not super intuitive to me. I don't know all the tricks to even fill out my Atlas tree. So that's the next step of my difficulty. And there's like 4 difficulties. There's the white maps, there's the yellow maps, there's the red maps. They feel different. And then there's also trying to find the unique maps. Not very easy for me to find those, especially when I'm playing SSF. Then there's the invitations that go to something a little bit harder, like it culminates into another fight. Then I fight the normal versions of the bosses, and they're not really equally difficult, right? Maven is a lot harder than Fireball Man or something for most people. So there's even a progression there. And only after I have stepped through all of those different things, then I'm at this pinnacle content to really test myself. So when we think about, should we add this in Diablo 4, I think it would be totally fine to allocate some time for the Uber Blasters, to try these insanely difficult encounters. But let's say you put it in right now. Well, what is the progression? 1 to 100 is pretty free. They made it so easy. Then you're going to get a little bit of sass going up into the pit, and then you fight the ultimate Uber boss. I mean, I think Path of Exile steps you through and lets you upgrade your character piece by piece by piece, where 2 things work very well. The blasters who got that far now have a big challenge, and the casual people who got that far or didn't quite get that far don't give a shit that they didn't finish it, because they already did the first 15 steps in their journey, and they felt like they did a lot.
That's a good way to put it.
I feel like even blasting, it takes forever to do the bosses, if we're talking about hardcore, at least in PoE, because it took me 3 seasons to beat it on soft, or 2 seasons to beat it on softcore for all the Ubers, and that was with having like basically infinite attempts at the Ubers in softcore trade league. Then in hardcore, it took me 3 leagues to beat all the normal bosses on hardcore, and that is with me playing obscene amounts of hours. I now have 1,000 hours in the game in just 3 leagues, so that's not normal. And I don't know if, while I love bosses in PoE, I don't know if like going that hard, specifically with the amount of like Uber bosses and how difficult they actually are with knowledge and itemization in particular, is going to fit into Diablo 4's demographic like at all. Like, as much as I would love to see those challenges, I'm almost thinking like if they went that hard, because we love those things, I don't know if people would like it. Like, legitimately, I don't know if people in D4 would actually like having the bosses be to the level that they completely are. Because it's arguable that there's some Lilith level bullshit from when the game launched in a lot of the Uber bosses in PoE. Like, there's a lot of just bullshit mechanics that are highly annoying. You're like, oh, it got me. I guess I'll just go ahead and try again. That's in PoE Uber bosses like it is. But it's a different mentality of people. Like, I don't hear people whine about the Uber bosses, really. They just like the challenge. But it's been out so long that now they know how to do it, and all the builds are min-max and whatever. Plus, the ceiling on builds are like way, way crazier. So I'm not sure how to actually bring that level of pinnacle bosses to D4. I don't even know if it'd be the right move to bring like that level of difficulty bosses in right now, anyway.
Yeah, so to kind of like bring that idea into kind of the same thing that Gazzy and I were talking about, but let's look at Diablo 4. My question to Blizzard, instead of like asking, should you bring a super uber pinnacle boss into the game, I have a much more simple question for you that, for example, Path of Exile is doing very well. It's, where are you pushing back on me? Where are the challenges coming in? PoE is get through the campaign, beat the white maps, beat the yellow maps, beat the red maps, get your unique maps, get the invitations, fight the regular bosses. Okay, you did all of that. All right, now here's this super horseshit Uber boss. Good luck. You're going to get farmed.
Yeah.
Where is this in Diablo 4? A lot of the leveling up is going to be very, very easy. If I say there's no pushback, the casuals are going to scream at me. Let's say there's some pushback, but it's really not much. The journey to 100 should be very smooth with the changes that they made. Fine. The pit will push back. I asked yesterday, the health has been buffed colossally. The balance is getting better. They're getting rid of a lot of the bugs that make the builds do 10 trillion damage. If pit 150 is Abattoir of Zir level 25, and remember, you don't have the Abattoir glyph, and that was a massive power increase. You don't have that. It's going to take like a bugged build to beat pit 200. So you are you're 1,000% pushing back in the pit, and that's it, right? So I think when they initially designed the level 200 bosses that were there, those level 200 bosses didn't even really give a good payout. Or when Woody was fighting them, he was saying some of them were just free. That wasn't really even pushing back either. If I remember correctly, Zir, he said when he fought level 200 Zir, he didn't even have any moves. He just killed him instantly. The world bosses don't push back. I mean, where is the resistance so I can feel like I'm stepping my way through Diablo 4? And like DM said, I don't think interjecting a god uber boss and here's your challenge, that's not going to feel good for a lot of players who want to step through that difficulty.
I don't think that their current philosophy is going to implement the same level of pushback as PoE, because I think they have a different philosophy. Like a lot of the answer that I saw, I go back to the same answer I saw from you when you were talking about Pinnacle in your previous interview, which was he says it should be more reliant on gear. Okay, so I feel like that might pigeonhole a little bit the ability to have these bosses be anything other than gear checks. Because if you're saying that skill can't basically step you above where your current build is, like the thing about PoE is if you go in with, and I don't want to just use PoE as comparisons to everything, so they're different games, but because we're talking about pinnacles here. When you go into some of the bosses, you can be under geared and still beat it. Like people can do this, but I don't think this is something that literally exists in the world of D4 because it's a gear check. Like if you don't have the gear, you're not going to beat it. Like it doesn't, you're just going to hit like no damage, right? So because of that fundamental change, I don't know if it's possible to design these bosses outside of one-shots, which is why it's like you get wave one-shot by Lilith or something. They constantly use the example of, well, maybe you can get hit by 3 waves, and then you're one-shot because of a ramping debuff. Yes, you can do ramping debuffs, but I don't know if because of the focus on gear, it's going to be specifically possible to ever like make that feel good, where you feel like you're punching up. I don't really think you can punch up. You can only punch even in D4, which is I can punch to what my gear allows me to punch to. I don't really see punching up very often, unless I'm mistaken. You can call me if I'm wrong, but I very rarely see punching up. I think the only example we've seen is like Woody with blue gear doing Lilith, perhaps. Could be the best example of this.
Yeah, I think a lot of what you said with the current state of the game is true. And the reason why I think Path of Exile has the capability to design stuff that isn't just one-shots, like some people go in and they fight the fireball man, and the fireball will kill you. If it hits you, you're dead. And some people can just eat them. They just tank them, and it doesn't matter. And I think, as you said, DM, kind of alluded to, it has to do with the itemization of Diablo 4. You cap your resistances at 75. You get your 9,000 armor, which will be trivial, and then you stack health, right? There's really nothing else. But PoE has all these additional ways to design armor or not armor, but defenses like spell suppression and little blue mana shieldy thing that I see some people fight with like 1 health and 10,000 mana, and their mana is their debuff or their defense. There's so many different layers in PoE that they can make very, very difficult encounters, and there's many avenues for players to solve it. The reason why I think you're feeling like everything is very even. Everyone's going to have 9,000 armor. Everyone's going to have capped resistances. Everyone's going to have life rolls on their gear. So,
but it's just check marks, right? You go through a list. You got to get this. You got to get that. You got to get that. You got to get this. Every game has that. I mean, even PoE, like cap your resistances. You die to chaos damage, get more chaos res. Like that's like the checklists are there, right? And at some point, you got to look at the stats to be interesting, right? In PoE, there isn't a armor cap. You want to be tankier versus this type of damage, you can ramp that up quite drastically. Whereas in Diablo 4 now, that stat is It's just a little box that you need to check and be like, okay, I got my 9,230 or whatever is armor, and there we go. Now I don't have to think about armor anymore. So that aspect of the itemization is gone, and that layer of defense is now locked. That's what you have. That's what you're expected to have at this content. And obviously, this impacts balances and whatnot. We talk about creating challenging content like in-game bosses or aspirational bosses, and I feel like I'm in a minority saying that I don't mind one shots as long as the ability is a
Yeah.
well telegraphed thing that I have to learn to overcome.
agree.
Now that is obviously harsh for hardcore players, but again, I think that's fine. I don't mind that because it bypasses this whole gear is going to, or more currency in PoE on the build is going to solve your problems. The gear is going to trivialize that mechanic. Now you're going to die if you get hit by this. You're going to dodge it. Here's how it's telegraphed. And get the fuck out of the way. That I prefer that because now I have to play the game, right?
Agreed.
And that makes it more fun. I mean, that's just one part of a fight, right?
I actually completely agree about the one shots. I feel like people complain about one shots, but the reality of it is, outside of the hitbox, when I think about my previous experience of fighting Lilith, multiple people here have all had Lilith be their primo experience in the game from a fun perspective, which is important. We're not talking about balance, and we're talking from fun that we had, which what the fuck is the point of a video game? It's to have fun. So the most fun that we had was fighting Lilith when it was in its horseshit stage, with the hitboxes being way worse than they are now, right? For the waves and all that. And yet that was the most fun we had. So obviously, it's not the one shot that's making us not enjoy it, right? So I very much agree with the aspect if it's well telegraphed, the hitboxes make sense, and you feel like your skill determines the one shot as opposed to RNG determines the one shot, then I very much enjoy the encounter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat. I'm pretty flexible on the design. If the main thing for me that was infuriating about Lilith was the hitboxes of the waves, and when she would teleport to the edge of the screen and throw a wave down the middle, the wave was so wide it almost covered the entire circle. It's like, I understand what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to go to the edge and stand at the very edge, but sometimes it would be the difference of, well, she's throwing the wave and it looks like there's a little bit more space on the left. And you have like a split second to make this decision. You go left, wrong. Left was a death sentence. You had to go right. It's like at that point, it's a little bit ridiculous. But
ever heard of Blood Mist?
Yeah. I remember. I heard people. I think some of the first kills were on Sorcerer. I think, or no. Well, first kills were on Bone Spear Necro, and I remember they would just blood mist out of the way. As I was just like, "Oh my god!"
Hell yeah, blood mist, brother, log in.
And when they're running,
you grab a little wheelchair class, you can't even keep up with the clear speed of everybody else. Like, we have to compensate with movement speed modifiers in our gear, so we put like a little electrical engine on the wheelchair so we can handle the uphill battles.
It takes an hour and a half to cross the map. Of course I'm going to use Blood Mist. I mean, what the fuck?
I remember I was watching some Necro attempts, and I saw like a Necro get to phase 2, and I was like, there's no way. Like, I'm on a really, really fast rogue, and these like homing ghosts, there's just no way this Necro can outrun this. Let's watch it. So he runs, and all the ghosts are about to hit him, and then he just blood miss. And it just completely trivializes like the hardest mechanic. I'm like, oh my god, why am I doing this on a rogue? This is so stupid.
Yeah, try that with Pulverized Druid, like the first couple fucking days or whatever. As soon as you hit 100 walking and they're trying to do a Pulverized Druid, I'm like, oh my god, like forget this, make a Necro, start it over again. I'm logging out of the Druid.
Yeah, I just think with the current itemization and how simple it is, the Diablo 4 designers don't have as many levers to pull in their bot. Like you said, like if you want to create difficulty, you just have to build in a one shot right now. You can't build something that would one shot 80% of the defense that most players would bring. But if people really focus on it, then they could survive and actually fight this uber boss, because I don't really think the potential is there, man. They even took away more of the options because they took out the DR rolls out of most of the gear. And a number of defensive aspects that you can get is also pretty fixed. So it's like, I guess Necros can put on a shield and maybe tank it, but probably not.
I mean, blood bills are hitting like 60,000 life in season 4, so
It's
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's the equivalent of getting 100% spell suppression from an allocatment, like just anointing it onto your amulet, and then suddenly you have 100% spell suppression, basically.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's also combined with the fact that the game is designed in a way where, similar to D3s, like they're shoving thousands of percent of increased damage. Oh, now your build's going to do 3,000 if your attack damage. And like that kind of linear scaling, kind of uninteresting. And that just gets to the position where you're going to start one-shotting everything, and it's going to be a gear check, which is mostly what we're engaging with. And how do you make that, like, how do you balance that to become challenging?
At
More
what point do
HP?
we? At what point do we just say that it's a different game? I mean, they're completely like they're fundamentally different games. You know what I mean? Like I keep wondering to myself, like, okay, I sit here and I talk about feedback and I argue the point of, well, maybe we could add this or we could change it. At what point is it just like, look, DM, that's not what they're going to do. This is not what it is. It's a different game. Adam's up here trying to explain to you why they're not going to add, you know, the versions of the things you're talking about and all that because of the philosophy differences, etc. And it just isn't what it is. It's a different game for different styles of players, and that isn't necessarily mean that it's, you know, going to be 100% exactly PoE. But maybe we don't need that. I mean, I'm starting to think maybe I'm the problem. Like maybe it's just. It is what it is, and it's closer to like Hades, you know what I mean, or something like that, where it's just you just blast through casual fun. Because we are getting closer to D3, and I don't necessarily feel like as I look back in D3, I disliked D3. I know there was a lot of people that didn't like it on the at the launch, but it's like maybe it's just not that serious. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I'm just starting to think that more lately. It's like why
Maybe the
try
first
to
question. Sorry.
No, God, I'm just shooting it out there as a topic.
I like what you're saying, and I do agree that people tend to get stuck on this idea that they want the best things from the game that they love in every other game, and that they're all the same. Like that wouldn't be a good place to be in either. Like we want to have different games, right? That's the whole point. We want to have fun, engage something new. I think that the better question that we might want to have answered is, what is the expected longevity or replayability that the company wants out of the players in Diablo 4? And what kind of, like, what is the extent of that? Are we talking about a week's worth of enjoyment for a blaster and 3 months for a casual? Is that what they're trying to achieve? Or are we talking about that they'd rather just not talk too much or focus too much on the aspirational endgame content, and the blasters can be done in 3 days, and the casuals will still spend 3 months achieving that? Like, where is the focus and what is the goal of that type of approach for the design of their game? When we understand that part, then we can find the enjoyment out of it. Because, like, I would be happy if I got 2 weeks of enjoyment out of Diablo 4. It is a game designed for more casual player base. Right now, I'm not getting 2 weeks of enjoyment, and that upsets me a lot because I really want this game to succeed. So with the release now on Tuesday, I really hope that that's going to be enough for me to enjoy it for at least 1.5, 2 weeks. And if that achieves that, I'd be very happy. Like, that's the boat I'm in, at least.
Yeah, so the way that I approach the entire subject is similar to what Gazzy shared and similar to what Adam Jackson shared. I don't think Diablo 4 is anything like PoE. I don't think Diablo 4 will ever be like PoE. I don't think Diablo 4 necessarily should be like PoE or like any other game. One thing that I was saying, like, years before, when we were getting like little itty bits and pieces about Diablo 4 and what they were doing, I'm always hoping that Diablo 4 is its own game. I wrote this down. It meant so much to me. I wrote it down in quotes from Riker's interview. And Joe Pipora said, very soon there's going to be new things that are, quote, distinctly Diablo 4, fresh and exciting. What I wanted to ask in my interview, which I didn't get to ask, was, I want to go back to that quote that you gave. Do you actually have innovative ideas for the ARPG genre? Are you doing something actually different? I want Diablo 4 to be like Diablo 4. But like Gazzy said, and like Adam Jackson said, when you make a game, especially when you first release, there are going to be a lot of issues that you have to solve. This is where we start bringing in all the other games, because kind of like Gazzy alluded to in the interview, the ARPGs are a lot more similar than we would like to admit. You make a character, you get some items, you kill some shit, you get better items, you kill some more shit. That's the same thing you do in every ARPG. But it's exploring the problems that Diablo 4 has and trying to help them overcome it, because they said in their feedback when everyone logged on the PTR and they got 10,000 hours of, or 10 million hours of gameplay, whatever it was, that data is invaluable from what they saw to actually make the game better. I think of it as, let's help Blizzard solve the problems that they're trying to do. And then a lot of people get really mad and say, that's not our job. It's their job. They're supposed to make the game. Okay, well, fine. If you don't care, if you don't want to help, fine, then don't help. But I'm hoping Diablo 4 is its own thing. I played Diablo 2. I played PoE. I played Last Epoch. I don't need another one of them. I want a new game that's fun, and I want to help them solve the problems as they come up.
Yeah, agreed.
In the end, it's like you said, DM, as well. Playing games for two reasons: disconnect from reality, have fun. I want to have fun, and we all want the game to succeed. It's a franchise we've loved for many years, and if we can help achieve that, then good. And it's been some bumps on the road, but it's heading in a good direction, and I'm pretty excited person to see their steps after this, because itemization is the fundamental part of it. That's getting a lot of attention now, so we'll see how it goes after launch, right?
Post season 4 is going to be the most interesting part, because I don't think like they could have changed really much about the in game until the items were actually reworked, because it reworks the balance of everything. I mean, like we just saw with the defensives. So I'm kind of curious. Season 5, like, you know, let's move the goalpost again. It was season 3, season 4, season 5. I'm kind of curious what actually happens post itemization.
I think one of the most relieving things that Adam shared in your interview today is the biggest block of development time that they have for season 5 is fixing stuff in season 4. Because going back to the same question about the deficit, one of the problems that Diablo 4 has had is a lot of the base systems that they had, the resistances, the armor, the items, the end game, the progression system, they just didn't work. And we know that they didn't work. It's not an opinion. And the reason why we know they didn't work is because Blizzard changed them all. If they worked, they wouldn't have changed them. And if Blizzard tries to just keep building a castle on sand where the foundations don't work, they are not going to ever make up that gap that DM was describing. So I'm so glad that the main thing that they're going to do is, let's see what happens in season 4. We have these new ideas that we'll add on top of it. And let's say season 4 goes really well. And they say, wow, you want to know what? Actually, we hit a lot of things really well. We don't have that much development time to fix it. Now is when you can start building into your team. Okay, now we have a much wider gap to start innovating and making the game our own. So,
but we'll find out. We'll see what happens. I'm hoping everything got hit perfect, because having to redo it again after season 4 being the launch of it would be unfortunate.
Deflating.
So, would be.
Yeah, that's a good word.
All right, well,
their resurgence. So let's wrap it up here and head on out, my dudes.
Hell yeah. Thanks for the interview, guys. I thought you guys did such a great job. I liked how it was a little bit feisty. God, that's what I was tuning in for. Let's have a discussion here. And you guys asked the most questions by far. I really don't know how you did that, but that was magical. Thanks for coming on, guys.
Rude interrupting him, but I was trying to I wanted to hear more about the Uber Stronghold stuff and world bosses and thought process, but it's like we spent 10 minutes on the question. I was like, man, I don't really want to interrupt the poor guy, but I know how else.
I mean, you asked all your questions, so mission accomplished.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
No, Adam was great. So thanks again, man.
Thanks for jumping in. Let's do this again sometime. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you in season 4. All right.
See you on the next one.
Later, guys.
Cheers, man.
Guys, can we get a round of applause for DM and Gazzy? How did you like that? Jesus. Look at this painting that I made. Looks like shit. Gazzy has some whack takes. What take did he have that was whack? Guys, thank you so much for all the primes. Thanks for gifting a sub to Adam. He's Picasso? Wasn't Picasso a genius? Oh, my painting looked like Picasso. Tomb Lord is here on YouTube. I'm feeling better already. That was a fridge-worthy painting. Tennis ball under me. Picasso was the Rax of that era. Yeah, Picasso's got nothing on me, guys. I'm more important. Just kidding. Allie, who's more important, me or Picasso? She didn't answer. I'm just going to go with a me. Okay, yeah, let's watch this video, and then that'll be it. It's 52 minutes long. Adam Jackson said if you want to learn stuff, watch this video. Okay, well, I want to learn stuff, so let's watch this video. How's the volume, guys?
Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Wait, where am I?
Problems in Game Design. I'm Alex Jaffe. So, how do I go forward with this thing? Cool.
Boom.
This is amazing. Okay. So, welcome to
boom.
GDC, where we make good games gooder. With talks like how I balance my shotgun in 90 days, and you can too. Quest markers that even filthy casuals can follow. And 8 hot loot table distributions for 2019. So these are actually great talks that I love, that have done a ton to improve my ability as a game designer.
It's a little
I've learned
quiet.
a lot from, and I think this is
Okay,
what a
I
lot
have
of
it
our
on
work
max
as game
volume now.
designers
How's
is.
that?
It's making games great, making great player experiences. But these problems that these are trying to solve, a lot of them feel more like, they feel kind of like pearl diving. Like there are all these solutions out there, and you have this huge array of them to pick from. And what you're looking for is the best, shiniest pearl to make your game as perfect as it can be. And that's great, and it's really important. But I've often found myself more drawn to a different kind of design problem. One that's more like wandering the desert. For days, months, maybe even years, looking for a solution, wondering where one might be, and thinking maybe one doesn't even exist. So the thing that's gotten me so maybe interested in these incredibly hard design problems is my own background. I'm Alex. Hi. I used to be a mathematician for a few years.
Woo! Me too.
And when I was a mathematician,
Let it rain.
I would spend so long on like one problem that maybe people had worked on for decades, and you'd usually make no progress. You'd spend, again, months or years on it, just kind of banging your head against it. And eventually you build a sort of Stockholm syndrome with a problem. Like you come to love the way this thing tortures you, and you think, maybe I can learn more from this problem than I even can from the solution. And I think there's really some truth to that, right? Problems realign our thinking when they're really well posed. Sometimes finding the solution isn't the most important part. And so that's what's inspired this talk, and for years I've kind of wanted to focus on this topic. And I've thought about it as I did my PhD in essentially computational game balancing at the University of Washington. And I've been a designer at Superbot, Congregate, and Spryfox, as well as a data scientist. And now I'm a designer at Riot Games in R&D in the Bay Area office. It's pretty awesome. A lot of you may not even know it exists, but it's a great place. And so all this time, I've been thinking about hard design problems. And what I've wondered is, all these different problems that if you pay attention to game design, you start to notice. I'm wondering if there's anything kind of shared, any shared DNA between them that causes them to be so hard, that causes them to maybe even be impossible. And yeah, I think I know what that is, at least for many of them. And that, you may not be surprised, is that they are cursed. I'll get to a definition in a minute, what this means, and I'll also get you some examples, because I know you want to know what like at least one hard problem is. But first, an outline. Okay. So there are basically 2 parts to this talk. In the first part, I tell you what cursed problems are and where to find them. And basically, this is important because, look, the problems I'm going to talk about today, the category of problems, they really don't have a clear solution. You can't just go in and solve them. You really have to know that they are right in your face so that you don't waste your time and your team's energy on them. And so this is the most important part of the talk where we understand what curse problems are and can actually identify them. And that's what I do. I define them, I show you an example, and then I sort of give you maybe some intuition for how to identify them through the use of a bunch of examples. Okay? So that's the first part. But the second part is defense against curse problems. It's what to do when you come up against a curse problem and you have no choice but kind of to bear right ahead. Or hopefully, what I'm really going to tell you have to do is you have to tilt a little to the side, because you can't solve the problem. But maybe you can give up some part of what you're trying to do, and you can solve that. And so what I'll do is I'll tell you a model for how I think about games in this context. And then I'll talk about 4 techniques for addressing curse problems. Remember, I said I'm not going to solve them because they are unsolvable, but they will be ways to handle them. And these are techniques that I've sort of I've taken looking at all the techniques game developers have used over decades to address problems like these and kind of bucketed them into these 4 categories. And I think it's a helpful framing for what to do when you encounter one. And finally, I'll show some more applications of these techniques so you build intuition for how to apply them if you ever get there. All right, everyone on board? Here we go. Let's have a definition. This is actually a sub-definition I need, real quick. Player promises, you may have heard of them. I consider them a game's essential experiences. Why did the player actually come to play this, right? What is the core of this game? Zach McClendon has a talk, Welcome to the Yard Sale, which talks a lot about player promises if you want to learn more about them. It's a great talk. But for me, the key thing that's happening here is that promises live in the designer's heart. It's the thing that is driving us to make this game, right? It's what we care about at the fundamental level, the stuff we don't want to give up. But often, weirdly, they also can lie in the player's heart. Sometimes you give a player something really simple, just a few mechanics, a few systems, and then they immediately come to believe that the game owes them something in specific. And you kind of have to accept that. You have to deal with the fact that you've made this promise to a player, whether you meant to or not, and you have to adapt. So now that we've outlined what promises are, the curse problem definition, it is an unsolvable design problem rooted in a conflict between core player promises. You're going to see this slide a lot. So it's basically anytime I'm trying to solve a design problem, and I have implicitly or explicitly promised 2 things that cannot coexist. It is surprisingly common. So one of the properties here is there is no direct solution. One does not simply solve curse problems. You have to instead, you have to work around it. You have to give something up. Like the Gordian knot, you kind of have to cut through the problem itself and find a kind of a strange non-solution. So that's the definition. And now you finally get an example. Thank you for your patience. The example will be a little hypothetical at first, but it will become more concrete as I move through it. So I'll talk about free-for-all politics, which I consider a cursed classic. So a cursed problem often begins with a dream. Say it's the 90s, and you love beat-em-ups. You love the punch-in and the kick-in and like the crowd control, lots of enemies to defeat.
What game was that? Final Fight or something?
It's also the 90s, and so at some point Street Fighter 2 comes out.
Is that Final Fight?
Like, wow, this is amazing. I get all this really high-skill execution, all this tactical
choice-making. I played this on the Neo Geo.
I get to read my opponent's mind and act accordingly, and you think, maybe these are 2 great tastes that would go great together.
I played Final Fight on the Neo
How about
Geo.
we give a controller to every one of these characters, and we make this huge martial arts brawler game, everybody fighting it out with the technical execution and the tactics of a fighting game, but the kind of crowd control and chaos of a beat-em-up. This seems like, I think, a perfectly reasonable hypothetical game, something that would sound exciting to me. I think it's a nice fantasy. But as you go to make this, you want this really, really high competitive integrity game that's all about managing your opponents, you notice something weird, which is the best player, say Gene's dude with the jump, that player, the one who's great at tactics and great at buttons and great at mind reading, isn't actually winning. Other players are winning. And the reason why is politics, which I'll define as competition through social negotiation, alliances, and manipulation. And there's some great treatment of politics in Characteristics of Games by Elias, Garfield, and Geoguessr. This is probably my favorite, or at least one of my favorite game design textbooks, and it is sorely underread, so please check it out.
This guy does his research.
What happens is players start to play this game, they sit down to play, and you realize that they immediately figure out who the best player is in terms of the core gameplay. And instead they start forming alliances against this player. They gang up on them. They maybe pretend to be their friend and betray this person. They, they play down and pretend not to be too strong, and then at the last minute they strike and kick ass. And what happens is you realize that the core skill of playing this game is not the skill that you were emphasizing. It's not the game you thought you were making. This is a game of Thrones. This is a game entirely about politics and manipulation. And yeah, maybe punching well is helpful, but it's not really what you cared about as a designer, and probably not what the player expected. So remember, a curse problem is an unsolvable design problem rooted in a conflict between core player promises. So in this case, a player looks at this game, they look at all the, the difficult execution, they look at, all the moves you can do, and they think this is a game about combat mastery. I want to focus on combat mastery and be great at this, and I want the game to, emphasize that correctly. But it's also, that we've made this really competitive game, it emphasizes the winner, I want to play to win. These are both reasonable promises to take away from the game I've described. But these promises are incompatible, because playing to win in a free-for-all game requires politics. It is the optimal strategy from a game theoretic standpoint, from a psychological standpoint. But the focus on combat mastery is not compatible with political play. They're different player emphases. And so you end up with this big nope. You can't make this game. The game is cursed. All right? This game you have in your head is cursed. So you're probably wondering, well, can't I do something? And yes, you can do something. You can get out of this situation. But it requires giving something up. It requires changing something about your core premise. So it's a fantasy. What do? You let go of the dream at least a little bit. So one thing you could do, just an example, is you could weaken the promises. Okay, so we said the promises were to focus on combat mastery and also to play to win. But maybe we change our game a little bit to weaken these. We pour in a little bit of chaos, and we end up with a game where you kind of want a chance to do some cool moves if you can, but you don't really expect it. And you want to win if possible, but it doesn't feel like something you can really, really guarantee just by being the best at the core skills. And when you do this, you make these changes, you weaken the promises here, you end up with something that might even be better, even though it's not what you initially expected. You end up with Smash Brothers. This is a very good, beloved game. It basically takes this premise I described and says, screw it. Just let it be crazy. I'm not talking about the 1v1 game without the items on Final Destination. I'm talking about the party game, right? The 4-player game with random items and stage hazards and smash balls. This is the game that initially made this game big, and it's a great game because they knew what they were making. They had a box of constraints. They had a box of promises that they could actually fulfill. And I'm not saying that Nintendo saw they were in a curse problem situation and they cleverly found their way out of it, though that may be what happened. I think it just aligns with their values, right? The game they wanted to make happened to be a game you can make. But you can totally imagine another designer in this situation, really, really focusing on that initial problem I described and just wandering the desert, cursed to wander for years, just looking for that one solution to make their game perfect. And the worst part is that they might be dragging a whole boatload of teammates with them. This is not a good situation. You want to recognize curse problems before they really cost you. You don't want to get stuck in them. But you also want to understand your options to move forward. So that is what I will continue to talk about. So let's talk about how to identify curse problems now. By the way, I'm sorry for the Harry Potter references. I've never seen a Harry Potter movie, so I feel like somehow that makes it more justifiable. OK. So I'll give you 2 more curse problems. And throughout the talk, I'll show you a bunch more curse problems as it becomes relevant. OK? And some of them you may look at and kind of look askance at because I'm going to talk about really great games that are really successful. And you think they can't possibly be cursed, right? But no game is perfect, right? And even great games can be suffering in a large way from some failed promise. And maybe you want to make a different game. Maybe that game. And then the other thing is also we'll see some games that are what they are because they made the sacrifices necessary to get out of a curse problem situation. So one example is the quarterbacking problem. This one's pretty well known. Say you're playing a turn-based cooperative game. If you've played a game like Pandemic, you try to put out viruses spreading around the world. Everyone's having a good time. I'm going to Australia. You're going to, I don't know, Canada. And everybody's kind of doing their own thing in this cooperative experience until one player, who's real clever, has this idea that everybody should go to different countries than where they planned. And we're all good people, good friends, so we go along with it. And we actually perform well as a consequence. And slowly, this person takes more and more responsibility until they're essentially running the entire show. And we're playing a single-player game, effectively. We're just the hands of this one person with all the clever ideas. This is sort of a fundamental property of turn-based cooperative games, that this can happen. Because on the one hand, you want to have this cooperative experience. I want this like harmonious Ocean's 11 feel where everybody's doing their own part. Like I'm the doctor, and that means like I'm thinking doctor thoughts. You can't think my doctor thoughts for me. But it's a strategy game. So one person sort of can do the whole thing, right? We want to play to win. And the best way to play to win is actually centralized decision making, at least in a game like this. And that centralized decision making is fundamentally incompatible with the interdependence between players that's part of the fantasy of a co-op game. So even though this is a great game, it fundamentally kind of breaks its own promises. It is a cursed problem. And a lot of games like it are. OK. And let's look at one more for now. I call the skill inflation problem. So this occurs for evergreen competitive games. Sort of PvP games you want to exist for many years. Games like this launch, and they are often awesome. You have an amazing time. You have all kinds of different players playing at different skill levels. But slowly, as the game matures, the audience matures with it, right? And all the players get better and better kind of in lockstep. And what's worse, the players who aren't getting better, they tend to leave. Maybe because they're not as invested or because it's frustrating. And by the time you're years into one of these games, like you may still have a great game, but it's very, very hard for new players to break in. Because all the players they see around them are incredibly good. They maybe have a hard time matchmaking with players at their level. And even they go online and they watch Twitch and everybody's good and they just feel like a total fraud. So this sucks. Players, even an individual player, even a really serious player suffers from this. Because this player wants a long journey of mastery. They want to be able to get better for like decades. But they also want a stable, vibrant community. They want players, coming together and playing together, and new people coming in, and they want to be able to play this for their whole life. These things are incompatible because a long journey of mastery naturally results in a rising skill pool. But a stable, vibrant community requires a broad variety of skill levels, right? These don't go together, and it, again, is a cursed problem. Now, as I said, right, all of these cursed problems, they have answers. But the thing I'm going to show you is how these answers end up requiring giving up some small, sometimes large piece of the fantasy. OK. So what isn't a cursed problem, you may ask? It's not all design problems. It's not like any time you're weighing any two things against each other, we have a cursed problem. I really want to make this clear. Let's just consider like any common degenerate core gameplay pattern. Like, for example, this is Hungrybox playing Jigglypuff in Smash Melee. Now we're at the 1v1 version of Melee. And
Fox versus,
this pattern
Mango,
is
right?
extremely frustrating to a lot of players, including pros, right? He plays Jigglypuff in this way that's extremely defensive, very reactive. You make one mistake and he just jumps on you. Other players are forced to play his game, basically. And a lot of them don't like it. And so you, as the Smash designer, may be totally fine with this. Like, cool, this is the game we're playing. But you might want to remove it. What can you do? You could tweak any number of things. You could tweak attacks, defense, movement, the pace of the game, map, all kinds of changes you can make to basically make this play pattern just go away, either by making it impossible or disincentivizing it. And there's nothing to stop you from doing this, because there's no fundamental rule of Smash. There's nothing like deep within your heart about this game that tells you have to be able to play this incredibly annoying keep-away game. Like, it is just an emergent property of the choices they made. So they can go in and fix it, and it's still going to be the same game. Can we do a similar thing with free-for-all politics? We cannot. Because no matter what I do to kind of tweak the main tuning parameters of the game or change the content, we're still going to have this fundamental incompatibility. Right? The politics, it does not go with no politics, and there's no little change you can make to a move or something that makes these not go together. Makes these go together, excuse me. So we're going to play a game, all right? You, the people, are going to tell me what is hard and what is cursed. And this is important because I want you to build intuition for these. And it's not like some objective thing. It is a little subjective. So reasonable people can disagree about what's cursed. But I also think that reasonable people, having had enough time to become familiar with this concept, will mostly agree about what's cursed and what's not. You have to identify two promises. They're incompatible with one another, and you have to convince yourself that they're actually incompatible. And the second part is actually where you might have more disagreement. But all you need to really know is that they're incompatible enough that I have to take a kind of different approach to dealing with the problem. So, first example, exploration games with millions of worlds. So No Man's Sky had this huge promise, right? Everyone was so excited about this incredible exploration game, traveling through space, seeing millions of planets, seeing all kinds of diverse flora and fauna, lots of stuff to do. It was really exciting, but when it launched, people were disappointed, right? Felt like the promises were not kept. There was this millions of worlds to explore promise, this vibrant, diverse, interactive ecosystems promise. My question is, are these fundamentally incompatible promises? Is this a curse problem? Or are these just hard to simultaneously satisfy? So who thinks it's cursed? All right. Who thinks it's hard? All right. Frank's wrong. Yeah, so it is, they do. I think they go together. And the proof that they go together is that a year later, this is kind of a spoilerable question, because a year later, No Man's Sky came out with an update that was really successful. People felt like that promise had been delivered upon. It just takes so much work to make the game they had promised. There's no contradiction.
First thing that I thought of here is millions of worlds to explore, and each one is vibrant and diverse. My first thought was AI. AI can make millions of worlds that are vibrant, diverse, and interactive. It's just humans doing it takes forever. When I read these two, I thought AI.
Contradiction in it. It's just really hard. All right, question 2 of 3. Loot games with efficient trading. This is the Diablo 3 auction house.
Diablo 3!
So, the sighs from the audience. So despite what you may think, I think this is a cool idea, because Diablo is a game about gathering lots of loot, killing monsters, finding all kinds of cool stuff, and then often I think when you're collecting so much, this commerce fantasy naturally comes online. You want to trade with your friends, you want to buy, you want to sell, you want to feel like you're part of this big global marketplace. But when it actually launched, people felt like it didn't really land, and it would kind of like, the game didn't work out. So the rich loot experience and the ubiquitous marketplace fantasy. These are these two promises that you get when you put an efficient trading market into.
What I saw all the time in Diablo 3 is, okay, so let's go back. Let's go to Diablo 2 with the rich loot experience. Getting new rune words and runes and getting your Oculus and getting your Shaco was like life-changing when you were a little kid. There's really, unless you're a JSP Andy, there's no way for you to get this other than trading something of value for it or just finding it. But here, I saw some people just swipe their credit cards and just have full gear, and they didn't do any work, and they were the worst players I've ever seen.
A loot-based game. Are these fundamentally incompatible? Is it cursed? Raise your hand if it's cursed.
So I never found a way to merge these things.
Now raise your hand if it's hard. Okay, so a little more disagreement. So I'm going to make a pretty strong claim that this is cursed, because varied loot drop experiences is kind of the core piece of a rich loot experience, right? I need to constantly be able to kill a monster and then wonder what's going to come out of it, and then see this amazing thing pop out and be like, this is great, this is the best day of my life. But on the other hand, this marketplace fantasy means items are fungible for one another. Every item is essentially just worth to me what I can buy it for in the auction house. So what's happened all of a sudden is now every monster in the game is basically just spawning gold over and over and over again, effectively. So I claim it's cursed, and I think in the end, there was nothing they could have done to tune this to make the core fantasy work out. One of the producers in the game, I should say this is a special case of what I call the commodified reward problem. One of the producers said that the auction house undermines Diablo's core gameplay, which is to kill monsters to get loot. And I endorse that statement. OK. So the third and final quiz question, always on location-based games. This is the preferred method of playing Pokemon Go. So, I mean, this is a spicy image, obviously, but in general.
No, this is what noobs do. Excuse me. No. What you do is you sit on your computer and you VPN to Tokyo Disneyland at the 8-stop fountain. On your other thing, you have the IP snipers telling you where to get the perfect EV Dragonites and Snorlaxes. If you're playing like this, you're a dog shit noob. I had every single gym in Des Moines, Iowa taken over, and nobody could figure out how I had 100 level 100 Dragonites and Snorlaxes with perfect movesets. If you're playing like this or riding your bike or walking, you're a fucking noob at Pokemon Go.
In general, I think location-based games have this interesting situation where the promise is, hey, you go into the world and it's an overlay on top of your life. It's like this extra magical layer in your life where everything is a little bit different.
This is super noob
and at any
shit.
moment, I might want to pull out my phone and catch a Pokemon. And that sounds cool, but also has this tension, which is that I might be driving and die or kill someone. I might just be walking down the street and trip. I might go out of my way maybe in a way that kind of inconveniences me. Or just in a more banal level, I might not really be like present in my daily life, right? I might not pay attention to my friends. So what I'm wondering, these two things, the game kind of demands rewards at specific times and places to make it feel like it has that magical overlay. But also there's this need for personal safety and convenience and also mindfulness at some level that I think is a basic need that the game doesn't promise, but we assume games will not violate.
So, I mean, I don't know if he's diving in specifically to playing Pokemon Go, but there were Pokemon stops and rare Pokemon in like nuclear reactors and like locked down quarantined areas and locked areas. So if you're suggesting that there is a solution to this to go around and make sure every single little Pokestop is in a safe place, I would say that is very unreasonable. So I don't know how this couldn't be cursed. If you're telling me it's just a hard problem to go solve, I would say I'd pay you $20 if you could actually fix it.
So who thinks it's cursed? All right, who thinks it's just really hard? All right, I want to know how you guys want to solve this because for the life of me, these two things seem fundamentally incompatible.
Yeah, that's the same thought here.
Now I know why this might happen, why it might seem hard. So I'm saying that this is cursed because you sort of need to be able to play anywhere and at any time in order to satisfy the first promise.
So far with his examples, I am aligned with him because the way that I approach the problem is not exactly as he describes it. I don't think about hard and cursed, and I think about does it meet the definition in the presentation. I just think about it in plain terms. I promised you millions of worlds that are beautiful. That's possible to do. I just need AI. But it's not incompatible to not make this happen. It's just difficult unless I have AI. The auction house it didn't work. It doesn't work because you took away the entire loot experience from people just swiping their credit card. And the same thing here. How are you going to solve this? How are you're going to have Niantic remap the entire Earth? And guess what? Oh, this field is fine. It's a wide open field, and then they build a school on it next year. How are you going to account for that? It's not possible to solve.
But to satisfy the second, you need to play when appropriate. And I know why it might seem like this is just a hard problem, because you're like, well, surely we can put limits in the game, right? We can make it so you only see, monsters at times that are appropriate or when other people are playing around you or something like that. And I think that all of those, once we get a little further into cursed problems, we see that all of those kind of are violating that first promise to some extent. And so that's why I say this is cursed, because the moves that you have to make to actually make this situation go away kind of turn it into a different game, at least a little bit. And I think that's why you still have these problems in these games years later, right? Because you don't want to break that first core promise. OK. So generally, I'd call this like the life disruption problem. And there are other very different games that encounter these problems. So this is where we are. The big ocean there is your game. It's a wide sea of possibilities, all kinds of things for players to do. Have
is that
fun.
Lagon
and
from
that eldritch horror that living in the heart of your game is your cursed problem, right? They're just there
That's
underneath
Lagon
the sea,
from
kind of corrupting everything around them. And it's not like a fish you can't just like spear it and pull it out. The thing about Cthulhu is he's not leaving the ocean. Like he's just there. It's core baked into the premise of your game. So what do you do when you encounter an eldritch horror
what game was that from?
that won't leave? You make sacrifices. You kill your babies. And that's what we're going to do. There's 4 little kinds of sacrifices down here we can make. And each of them is a little different, right? They're different ways of giving up some subtle, sometimes implicit piece of one of your promises. And that's the rest of the talk. OK? So we talked about curse problem.
By the way, can I tell you guys something that happened yesterday that was very, very sad? We went on a walk with Callie to a field, and she has like tick and flea medicine, but still, if we come back from the field, if we look at her, if she's got ticks trying to bite her and burrowing into her skin, we're going to remove them, right? So we looked at Callie, and Callie had 5 ticks on her. And so we're kind of digging them out. We got 4 of them off of her. And then we come to the problem. The 5th tick was trying to dig itself into the tear duct of her left eye. There was a tick trying to dig into her left eye. And I was like, okay. We have a major problem here. And so Sarah was holding Callie's head still. I was like, all right, Callie, I know you don't speak English, but I need you to not move a muscle and let me dig at your eye with tweezers. And then Sarah took some turns as well. And as we tried to pull the tick away from her eye, it was burrowing deeper into her eye, trying to get in there. And then finally actually removed the tick without hurting her. But the tick had burrowed so far into the side of her eye that there was a little blood coming out of her eye. But today she's all better. There's no ticks in her eye. And she was so brave. I just wanted to share that story with you. Now she's fine. Okay, back to this
We've talked
conversation.
about why they are hard, why they will likely screw you over if you don't notice them. Now we're going to say, all right, well, if you still are dealing with one, if you still want to make this game, how can you make a sacrifice, give up some piece of your fantasy, and make a slightly different game that hopefully is still makes you happy, still is good enough? So first, I'll present a game model, like how I think about a game that will build these techniques on top of. And it will look scary at first, but it won't be scary. So remember, a curse problem is an unsolvable design problem rooted in a conflict between core player promises. And I'm going to talk about a common special case of this, in which these 2 promises aren't just anything. One is an experience, and one is an objective. So by experiences, I mean moment-to-moment gameplay. What is this game like to play? But by objectives, I mean like the goals of the game, the driving forces, the things that I'm trying to get out of the game in the end. And so these objectives are kind of pulling us through, motivating us through different experiences, whether we think they're great or not. And I think it's OK to limit us to just this definition of curse problems for now, because first of all, it covers a lot of the cases, probably more than half. But second, it's just a much simpler case to talk about. The techniques I'm going to talk about are easier to explain in this context. And they do generalize to the general case that looks like this, any 2 player promises. But we're focusing on this. So remember the free-for-all politics problem? So in this case, we have the desire to focus on combat mastery. That is an experience. And the desire to play to win is an objective. That's the kind of contrast I'm talking about. So here's my model. It's a game. Start state is S, and the objective is wherever you're going, O. And the objective can be given by the game, but often it's at least partially supplied by the player. And all the nodes in between are the play space. It's all the things you can do in the game. Kind of like a state machine, but you should think of these nodes as including kind of the player's mental state as well as the digital state of the game.
Something called Tick Tornado, huh?
And these objectives, they pull players through the game. As I said, they kind of guide you into certain places one after another, and they guide you through the sort of golden path, like this is the right way to play. And you might not want to play this way, but it's what you're going to do. And there might be multiple golden paths, but I'm going to use one as an example. So I've abstracted a little. This here is your game, and this is your game on curse problems. This is the situation we get into, where the fire represents promises not being met. Right? The experiential promise that was sort of given by the designer or just that the player imagined themselves is just not being met, but the player is taking themselves through it because they want to get to that objective. So to make this concrete, in this case, the fiery hellscape is political play. The grassy, lovely area is unrestrained combat that players were promised. And the objective is winning.
Comparison for that politics is just a fiery hell.
A little bit of time.
I agree with this guy.
You're not doing political play all the time, but there's enough of it that this probably isn't what the players signed up for.
Never forgetty, 59-month resub.
So
Are you kidding me? Thank you, my dude.
What are our options? Well, that is where these 4 techniques will come into play. Games have faced curse problems throughout time. Often, of course, people didn't know that they were facing them. Sometimes they didn't even know they were facing a hard problem at all because they naturally found their way into a way to address some previous hard problem. But along the way, nonetheless, designers have made the sacrifices needed to address these problems. And really, I think these sacrifices really bucket nicely into 4 techniques. You don't really have to worry about it too much here. This is what they'll look like. This looks absurd. I know it sounds absurd. Barriers, gates, carrots, and s'mores. Those are the 4 techniques I'll talk about. I'm going to go through them one by one so that they make sense. All right, so the first technique is barriers. This is cutting affordances that allow players to break promises, right? Basically, if the player is doing something that we don't want them to do, just make it impossible, if you can. And then they're going to have to spend time in the grassy happy land. So let's look at an example. For free-for-all politics, one thing you can do is limit players' agency over one another.
That's what I was going to
So,
say.
for example, in a foot race,
that was my,
it's very hard
when
to
he
play
was
politics
first talking
because you can't
about
do anything to affect the other player's state, for the most part. But there are softer examples, too. Battle Royale games are actually kind of an incredible innovation in free-for-all games because players are so far apart, and there's so much hidden information, and there are so many players, and lethality is so high, that it's just not viable to play a political game. I can't be like, yeah, I know which player I'm going after, right? I mean, maybe you can, but it would be an insane idea. And you can't make alliances with people because they might just like shoot you at any moment. You can try to do these things, but it's basically not a viable option. Instead, you're forced to play hard, right? You play the game of shooting and jumping around and building. That is what this game promised. It's limited your agency over other players basically through spreading you apart. And as a consequence, you don't get politics. So now the important part is, remember I said you always sacrifice something, even if it's a subtle, implied goal. In this case, what you sacrifice is some of the PvP fantasy of control. A big part of PvP games, many of them, is being like, I own you, you are going to do what I say, and I can take you down exactly the path I want to take you down. And this just isn't really, it's definitely not possible in foot race, and it's sort of not possible for most of a Battle Royale game. You've limited agency over each other, and so naturally players cannot impact each other as much. Okay. So now let's see a second example, which I call gates. Gates are basically a softer touch version of barriers. You don't completely lock the player out of the actions that might allow the promises to break, but you do make them very difficult to perform.
So you got to hide where
challenge
Uber Lilith is.
Something we
Just
get to
hide
add
her.
in wherever we see appropriate in games. It's a nice specific affordance of the medium. So for example, you might spend most of your time not in political play, but players might figure out a way to do it a little bit. So in the case of free-for-all politics, one thing we can do is limit visibility of players' success. So in PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, which I was a technical designer on, it's another brawler, four-player brawler. One of the things we did was we hid the players' scores. Notice there's no score on here listed. And not only we hide it, we actually made it harder for players to reason about. Your score in this game is twice your kills minus your deaths. So that means that it's kind of hard to play this game, play as hard as you can, and also keep track of everybody's score and know who's in the lead. And moreover, you sort of have this plausible deniability that lets you just go hard. Because you're like, nobody knows how well I'm doing. That
does not sound like hard to solve at all, kicking 3 other people's asses. That sounds pretty easy.
I'll just go ahead and just kick as much ass as I want. And that's what lets players play freely and not go as hard into politics. So what do we give up? Well, among other things, we give up some of the tension of buzzer beaters. Right? We don't get these situations where we know,
I think I could play this game for a 5-minute match and tell you everybody's score at the end.
And then the game ends, you're like, oh, turns out, Jerry won. Okay. So the third example is carrots. This is where we change the objective. If the objective is what's drawing them through these problematic states, let's change it, or let's create some new goals that help keep them following these objectives all the way to the goal without spending time doing political play. So how can we do this with free-for-all games? One way is to add metagame effects. This is kind of not a well-known technique, I think, but I found my way here through using this framework, and I looked for examples of games that did it. So an interesting case, it's actually in a tournament context. For Settlers of Catan tournaments, they don't use whether or not you won a game to determine your placement in the tournament and how you move through it. They actually use your performance in an individual game. So if you win a game, you get 4 points. But if you get 3rd place, you get 2 points. And all of these points end up determining how you move through the tournament and how well you perform. So this weird thing happens where I'm not so incentivized to play politics because I don't care as much who wins or who loses. What I really care about is raising my own performance up. Just getting from 3rd place to 2nd place is great for me. And I think politics is naturally diminished as a consequence. But there's also the side effect, which is you kind of diminish the magic circle of an individual game, right? the game doesn't have this win or lose clarity. It's just kind of like, oh, okay, more points for the point bucket. That's going to end up determining maybe what I really care about, which is whether I win the tournament.
I mean,
All right.
kind of.
So the fourth technique, again, I'm going to say these are pretty much all you can do to deal with curse problems, is s'mores, which is to say, OK, players are violating the promises that we think we're making for them. But maybe we can just make that fun. Maybe we can lean into that so much that the promise kind of dissipates and players understand that they're playing a different game. So you basically give them marshmallows to melt in the fire, and then you got s'mores. Yeah, OK. So players will spend their time here, and it's still great. So how do you do that with free-for-all games? Well, you've probably seen games like this before.
Oh, wait a minute.
You can give players. So
Let's
the
go
fourth,
back.
then players understand. So players will spend their time here, and it's.
So this seems a little bit counterintuitive to me, right? So this is one promise that you made. This is another promise that, I guess, if you consider the two promises equally, then that's fine. But the whole point of these examples was the game developer wants you to spend your area in the grassy land. When you incentivize people to play with a promise that goes against the core thing that you want them to do, aren't you just, I mean, he literally said it, aren't you literally just playing a different game? Like, I'm guessing what he means by this example is the people who go against the grassy area can still have a good experience, but this graph does not should not represent what the standard experience is supposed to be. Yeah, if this is supposed to be the standard experience, then this is like throwing in the towel, as somebody said. But maybe this is just one player's experience that they consider acceptable. So, okay, he said that this is giving up. Okay, so you're literally actually like making a new game now.
Still great. So how do you do that with free-for-all games? Well, you've probably seen games like this before. You can give players tools to actually lean into that political play, make it really deep and fun through, for example, adding secrecy, which is sorely missing from brawlers. Especially if you don't mind your players never being friends again, you can give them diplomacy, and they'll have a great time for one game.
Okay. I can take her out.
And what happens here is like they have this incredible game of Game of Thrones-esque intrigue, and you can see it right there on the box. It says the game
make a
of
plan for
international
tomorrow.
intrigue. It's very
Haven't heard
intriguing.
anything.
But the consequence is that you have this lack of emphasis on moment-to-moment action. Right? It's not so much about exactly where I place my units. It's really about the relationships I break along the way. And I also want to call out, by the way, that first example that I showed you of creating smash through weakening promises. This is another example of s'mores. Right? We've said, OK, we had these hard promises that this game seemed to imply. What can we do to change our game so the game itself no longer makes those promises to the player? So another instantiation of s'mores. OK, so you've seen the four techniques: barriers, gates, carrots, and s'mores. I want to call out that they are general purpose design techniques. It's not like you can't use these for uncursed problems. The thing that I think is interesting is that this is sort of all you can do in a curse problem setting. And I really want you to think of this as like a tiny design framework, something to apply when you get into certain kinds of situations. It's not going to tell you how to do the work. You're not going to be like, oh, God, what do I do? Oh, I know carrots. Now I know how to solve this problem. But it gives you a structure for a difficult creative process. This has worked for me many times. I'm looking at a problem, and I actually think through these four categories. It prompts my brain to think about directions that I never would have gone down otherwise. Because your brain doesn't want to make these sacrifices, right? It wants to solve the problem exactly as defined, and it can't. So you need something to tell you, like, hey, have you, considered like refinancing your home or something? So that's it. Now I'm just going to give you a few more examples. That's all we're doing right now. We're just doing examples so you can build intuition for how these techniques work. And I'm going to show you exactly one more example for each of the techniques. I already showed you all four techniques on free-for-all politics. But now I'm going to do two for another problem and two for one after that, just in the interest of time. You can apply all of these techniques to all of these problems. So I'll talk about the co-op abuse problem. This sucks. So high-stakes co-op games often involve a lot of terrible treatment between players. And I think, as game developers, we have a responsibility to do what we can to make this better. And some of this, as Meg Giant so eloquently said yesterday, involves, telling the worst players, like the Nazis, to get the fuck out of our games. But there also is, we have a responsibility as designers as well, to say, like, what can we do as in our games to make this behavior less likely? Now, unfortunately, it feels like there's this fundamental incompatibility. Players want to play to win, right? These games signal themselves as sort of win-oriented. But a lot of players also, they come for social belonging. The reason why you're playing a co-op game, among others, is because you want to feel like a part of something. And these two things, they often don't go well together, because players who want to play to win will not be satisfied.
I was talking to Sarah.
Human beings feel like a game is fair when they win 70% of the time. And that's probably not going to happen in your PvP game. So if that player also is lacking...
So what Sarah told me, there was a big... I missed this entirely. There was apparently a big fight about how ads work on Twitch, and people were upset that my channel is playing a bunch of ads. She was just explaining to me what happened earlier. I totally missed it. I can tell you how it works. It's pretty simple. The streamer chooses how many ads that you run. I set my stream at a pretty low amount of ads multiple years ago after talking to Twitch, because Twitch kept asking me all the time, Rax, run more ads, run more ads, run more ads. I asked them, what's the lowest number of ads that I can run where you'll stop asking me? They gave me a number. I set it at that. I have never changed it. And people are spamming. There's way less ads on YouTube. There's less ads on YouTube. I've never changed it. Never. What seems to happen, though, is Twitch doesn't, even though you set the amount of ads, yes, you have control. I can run ads manually if I want. I never do that, but I could if I wanted to. What seems to happen is when I have higher CCV, Twitch seems to run more ads, and then I guess they run less ads when I don't, and it balances out to whatever the number is, which is why it seems like whenever my CCV is way higher, people will be like, Rax, I've been watching your stream for a month, and I've never seen more ads than now. They think I'm doing that. I've never changed it. I have never changed it. That's it. That's it. That's how it works. So I don't manually run ads, and I have never changed the amount of ads that I run. That's how it works.
Anger management skills, and tends to blame others more than themselves. You're going to get them feeling dissatisfied and frustrated. The social belonging needing player wants psychological safety, needs it for that to happen.
Yeah. Location
but these
could
things
be
don't go together.
Well.
And I say sometimes here because it depends on the player, it depends on the player's state of mind. It feels like there's this fundamental tension in any co-op game that has high stakes, PvP or otherwise. But of course, so the problem is cursed, but of course, as I said, there are things you can do. You just need to be willing to give something up if you really, really want to go down this path. By the way, it was funny, totally independently, a couple of my colleagues at Riot, Naomi MacArthur and Kenny Shores, gave a talk like yesterday or the day before, Impact of Social Systems and Game Design on Player Interactions, which talked about a similar topic, what you can do in your design to de-emphasize player abuse. So that's a cool one to check out. So we're going to look at barriers now. All right, so one approach is to just limit player communication, right? And you can see a great example of that in a game like Journey. It's not a high-stakes co-op game, but we can still learn from it. They basically said, hey, we want to create an online game in which everyone can have a beautiful time together, and they cannot treat each other like shit. And they did it. They made this game where basically you can run around and walk and jump and make beautiful pings, and you feel connected to someone, and it's a huge success. And you can generalize this to PvP games, even though we haven't seen much of it. I think Apex Legends is proof that you can, because they have such a kind of communicative ping system that you could easily imagine just turning off voice and text communication in this game entirely and still having a great.
World of Warcraft doesn't let you speak between Horde and Alliance. I don't know if they ever changed that. Back in my day when I played WoW, we couldn't. Well, actually, you could. You could figure out. The other language eventually, but
game. The sacrifice here, among others, is the rich social channel for relationship building, right? Like we play co-op games. One of the reasons is so that we can, build relationships, make friends. And it's very hard to practice disclosure when you can't use your words. So maybe there's some way to tie this together into a game that slowly opens up into more communication, but you see that we are giving something up by doing this. All right, so technique 2 is gates. Can we make it difficult to abuse each other? And yeah, I mean, one way to do this is to limit individual responsibility. And Heroes of the Storm, I think, does this very intentionally. They take the MOBA formula and they say, let's have players share responsibility more. Let's make it so everybody contributes to a shared gold pool, for example. And as a consequence, I don't even know who is doing well and who is doing poorly, at least on this front. And it makes it that much harder for me to pick someone out to abuse, to blame my problems on. There's an even more extreme example of this in something like, a game like Werewolf
it's just
or Mafia,
you blame your
or any
problems on
social
everybody.
deduction game in which one of the teams doesn't know who else is on their team. It's really hard for me to flame at you for not helping me out if I don't even know that you're supposed to be helping me out. At the end of the game, players may all hate each other, but at least during the game, it's all kosher. So here we give up some of the fantasy of harmonious cooperation, right? Like, because players are less individualized, there is less of that Ocean's 11 feeling of like, I'm using my bomb skills and you're using your not werewolf skills or whatever they are, and each of us is coming together to contribute individually to this fantasy of cooperation. Okay, so we saw barriers and gates for co-op abuse. Now we are going to see carrots and s'mores for what I call the quantified creativity problem. So this is The Sims 4. It's an example of a creative game with goals. Now, I had this experience when I bought The Sims when I was a teenager that might resonate with you, which is I was super excited by it initially. I loved the weird storytelling and the relationships and building crazy houses and so on. But slowly, I got sucked into what almost felt like another game, which was
Why didn't they change weapon damage?
The rat race of improving my Sim's career. And he was a scientist, and I really, really wanted to get him to level 10, because when we got to level 10, he was an astronaut, and I was so excited. And finally, I got there, and I spent all this time and all this effort just focusing on leveling him up and living the life I needed to get him there. And he goes into space, and I'm like, yes. And he comes down, and I think both of us got post-space depression. Because it was like, what's left to do now? We got there, right? Like, my life dream is complete. And I noticed that I completely forgot about what initially interested me about the game, which was this creative play, this wild storytelling and fun and expressiveness. And this is the problem, is players see a game like this, they want to express themselves, the game clearly signals they should, but the game also wants to draw them in with goals. And that ends up making players want to progress their character or whatever form the progression takes. And these things are in conflict because expressing yourself involves following intrinsic goals, kind of like following your heart, basically. And progressing your character involves following extrinsic goals, doing what the game says you should do. And it's pretty well known that extrinsic goals tend to subsume intrinsic goals, right? The more time I spend focusing on getting those carrots, the less I really care about what I came for in the first place. It's just kind of seems to be a rule of thumb in games and in life. So these two things don't go together. The problem is cursed. And note that The Sims is obviously a wildly successful game, as I said, but I suspect that
I don't really understand, the way he defined it is a cursed problem, but I don't understand why these things can't go together. So Sims is kind of like a game where I haven't played much Sims, but you kind of just do whatever the hell you want, right? If you want to progress while letting people express themselves, I think all that you need to do is put a ton of different ways to progress your character. I don't know what the progression goals are. Build your house, get a car, I don't know. Get your life in order, get a boyfriend. I have no idea. I don't know what it is. But as long as you put so many of these in here, then however you play should progress your character. I'm not so sure that I agree that this is a cursed problem.
players who really latch onto this game are the ones who completely ignore the progression, right? For whom it basically does nothing, and who just really focus on that self-expression. And I think the designers clearly here want to create a game in which both of these things can come together, right, into this harmonious union. So can we do this with these techniques? Let's try carrots. So can we incentivize players to be creative? Well, yeah, we can actually give them concrete reasons to be creative. And this is super weird, because this is going to turn your game into a very different game. But it might still share some of the DNA. Like one game that kind of does this is Clash of Clans. It's a game about building all these towns, putting all your little stuff down, and you can make really wild and creative shapes and layouts. And you actually are incentivized to. because you want to play off meta. If players are going to come at you with a specific set of armies that are there to destroy whatever the typical maps are, you benefit from doing this weird creative map, this weird layout. Right? You're going to tend to win. It's like bringing a Magic deck to a tournament that no one was prepared for.
Cock.
So that's cool. Like, you still get to be creative, but the game is actually telling you to, at least to some extent. For a very different example, you can look at AlphaBear, which we made at Spryfox. And this is a game, it's a word game. You spell words from tiles on a grid, and the tiles expire, and you want to use up all the letters before they expire. And there's this weird tension where players, they try to win this game by using all the words, but they also really like spelling funny, weird words. Like, that's a kind of creative self-expression they get through the game. And the game was not incentivizing it at all. There was nothing pushing players towards this kind of fun, creative play. And then, for totally unrelated reasons, we added this Mad Libs feature that would take words that you spelled in the game and then put them automatically into a Mad Lib. So you spelled Yeti, and it says, I code so that someday we can afford a Yeti of our own. And maybe if you're really lucky, you can afford a whole town of Yetis. That's some industry humor. Look it up. It's a bad story. OK, so the thing about what's happening here is players actually got really incentivized to like make these funny, weird words, right? To spell them out, even though it has nothing to do with the incentives of the actual game. We've created this sort of social, intrinsic meta game around the kind of extrinsically motivated internal game. And even though there's no real scoring or anything in this social game, there are likes on Twitter or whatever, people would share these a lot, and it felt like the players could play these two games simultaneously in harmony. And it almost seemed like the fact that they were separate games made it easier to hold both of these things in their head. Players really enjoyed looking forward to spelling the words that would make these Mad Libs. OK, what do you sacrifice? You sacrifice the safety of unconstrained creativity. Obviously, in both of these examples, I don't get to just go wild and do anything I want, right? I still am trying to win. And that means I'm going to be way less expressive than I would be otherwise. But maybe that's OK for you as a designer. In each of these cases, you're developing your game. You have to decide what kinds of sacrifices you're willing to make. All right, for a final example, how do we use s'mores? How do we say, OK, maybe the lack of creativity isn't so bad? Well, you'll end up in a very different place here. But I claim there's still a connection. You could create rich, deep goals around the simulation in a game like SimCity or The Sims, and maybe get a totally different game. What you actually get here is Civ. Civilization, in a weird way, is SimCity with the creativity kind of sucked out. It's not that you can't be creative in Civilization, it's that you wouldn't be. This isn't the game you would pick, because they realize that there's so much depth there in the core gameplay. There's so much strategy and so many interesting constraints and goals that they just lean right into it and say, OK, we're going to make a different game. But it still has some of that core DNA of what, say, SimCity is. And you focus a lot more on winning these games than you do on like making a really weird civilization. And of course, here you've given up most of the original self-expression goal, right? This is kind of the most extreme of the sacrifices. But you want to know
You've been on
the full
Reddit
spectrum,
defending me about
you
my
might find
interview?
yourself in a really cool space by being willing to relax.
I learned a long time ago to never go on Reddit. I don't even open
These
it
examples
anymore.
I've shown, 2 examples for each. There are a lot more out there.
Thank you for doing that, though.
As much as I have time to show you, so you can build this intuition for how to use these techniques.
I won't be on Reddit again.
Curse problems cannot just be solved. They require sacrifice. You have to give something up. But there's kind of an exciting silver lining to the existence of these curse problems.
I'm interested, though.
I've talked about what to do when you run into
What are they
one,
upset
right?
about?
You kind of
What's
stare
the
it
main
face
thing
down.
that they're upset about my interview?
But you can also seek them out.
What's the problem?
Curse problems are the highest hanging fruit out there. Like, people are ignoring them because a lot of people think they're impossible. But they're also the ripest.
I'm probably going to start with
problems,
Minion Necro, because I've never started with it.
They have so much potential for finding new ways to create games. And if you actually seek them out and decide to, pivot a little bit, you find this whole new open area. So here are some challenges. Just a few things that people have told me kind of are impossible. There are many more cool ones. But so one is making a multiplayer game with player-generated content that somehow lives in harmonious balance, that isn't totally broken. Another is creating PvP games, like I said, in which all players
You've been doing
feel
that
there was
too,
a just
Endo.
outcome,
Thank you, man.
despite the fact that they want to win 70% of the time. And the last one is a game that maintains a sense of mystery and discovery in the age of the internet in which all secrets are laid bare. These sort of seem fundamentally contradictory. But the idea is when you have a contradiction, you only have to pull out kind of one pin of those promises, and you get this whole wide open space.
It felt rude when I laughed after Joe asked if he answered the question.
You find yourself wandering the desert, cursed to search forever for the solution to your problem, and maybe with your whole team with you. Stop looking. Turn around. There's a lush forest of
You're
possibility
going Minion
behind.
Necro too? Hell yeah.
Thanks.
That was a cool discussion. I did learn things from watching that. I think in general, I would say my thinking with how he approaches it aligns. I just defined the same thought process a little bit differently. But I felt pretty, I guess, aligned with his thoughts. All right, let's see here. Which thread is it? Let's look at this. Is it, which thread is it? I'm in the Diablo 4 subreddit here. I see mad props. The Rax and Riker Q&A was marvelous. Can't be that one, right? That one sounds pretty positive. Which is the thread? Don't look into the abyss. I mean, I'm actually just genuinely curious. Which thread was it? I see Rax D4 Dev interview in 39 minutes. Was it that one? I don't see any other threads here. I guess let's just open one of them. Let's see. Okay, here we go. The top thing was, I don't want to be mean, but it wasn't a very good interview. Rax talked way too much. He spent an awful lot of time trying to phrase his questions, which is fine when you want them to be more pointed and specific, but that needlessly took up time. So do you want to know why? You want to know why I gave a wind up to some of the, you want to know why I gave a wind up to some of those questions? They were follow-ups to Riker's questions, and I didn't want to assume that my audience watched Riker's interview. So I summarized their 5-minute answers in 40 seconds to continue the conversation. I could have just continued the conversation. I could have said, let's follow up with where you left off on Riker's stream. This is my question. He regurgitated what the developers have said in the other interviews they gave. Again, that's a lot of time gone. There was one other interview, and I only did that for the questions, the first few questions where I was continuing the Riker conversation. He even, during the interview, he repeated back to them what they just said. I don't think anyone had difficulty understanding what the developments were talking about or why. So I went to East High School in Lincoln, Nebraska. You can Google this. East High School is pretty infamous for speech and debate. We had a teacher there named Mr. Davis and Mr. Fitchthorne, and we win speech and debate for Class A. We won, I don't know how many years in a row, like 3 decades in a row. So when I went to speech and debate class, I had 2 of the best teachers ever. And they said, one of the strongest ways to ever have a conversation or a dialogue with another human being is to reinforce the idea that you understand their message. So many people, when they're conversing, say, this is what I think, this is what I think, this is my opinion. But what's really strong is if you can actually articulate what they said and mold it into your conversation. I was literally trained to do this in my high school by 2 of the best speech and debate teachers ever. So did you notice afterward when I talked with DM and Gazi, whenever I'm making a point, I always try to reiterate and combine it with their points. It's actually the most effective speech and debate tactic. So I think that's actually just maybe a lack of knowledge. Maybe they weren't trained like this. But I had two of the best speech and debate teachers ever. That doesn't make me a godly speech and debater, but they would scold me if I did not do that. I'm not mad, but let's just finish the complaining. DM is here. Reddit hates everybody. There was someone who was in an abusive relationship that posted on Reddit that her obvious abusive relationship Redditors convincing her that she was being abused and that it was her fault, so like gaslighting her. I mean, it's just kind of an interesting phenomenon. Let's keep going. He brought up 12 times how many questions he has and how little time. And he was being careful not to come off combative. Well, at the time of my interview, DM hadn't gone yet. DM was at least equally combative as I was, pushing back on the idea of the Uber renown or whatever, the Uber strongholds, but that is not how I think the community thinks of me. Not combative. I think people think of me as one of the most combative people. Just, I don't even understand. I mean, that's nice. I appreciate what he does. I'm guessing he isn't very experienced when it comes to interviewing people. It was obvious looking at how huge his list of questions were, despite having watched interviews and being aware how long-winded some of the answers and exclamations can be. I've never had someone complain to me for being prepared. I've never had anyone in my life come up to me and say, Rax, you were over prepared for that, and I'm disappointed in you. That's never happened to me ever in my life. We're going to go ahead and close it there, but it's kind of weird that someone is insulting my intelligence when Mr. Fickthorn and Mr. Davis were two of the most successful speech and debate teachers ever in the world's history. They won the Class A gold medal like 3 decades in a row. I don't even understand. It's kind of interesting. There's a lot of people that just, I have a lot of weaknesses, man. I have a lot of very, very glaring weaknesses across a lot of facets in life. But communication and listening, I don't think is one of them. It's kind of, I would wonder how old are some of these posters and what is their backgrounds? It doesn't make sense. Prepared but unorganized. Oh, it was organized. It was organized, but some of the questions that I had that were important were very long at the top, and I was running out of time so quickly that I had to like for example, I have it open right here. I wanted to talk to them about something that they said that I thought was very important. They said that they're grabbing ideas from Diablo 3's design. I wanted to ask them, what games do you guys take inspiration from? How does that go in? Do you watch PoE? Do you watch Last Epoch? Do you watch V Rising? And say those are good ideas? Or do you have like a strict policy like we need to develop our own game? I had multiple questions prepared that I had prioritized very high, but I didn't have enough time. So I skipped it. Thanks for the super chat, my friend. You were over prepared for that interview. Yeah, it was too many, but I passed them to DM and Gassy. They asked pretty much, not quite all of them, but pretty much a huge list of the questions that I had on the rapid fire anyway. They literally just want you to say, why is D4 bad? They had questions too that I had not thought of. You got prepared. You prepared for 10 hours and still got roasted for bad questions after you had slept for 4 hours. Yeah, here's the thing, guys. Think about, again, I don't mean to turn everything into mathematics, but I guess that's where my brain goes because that's what I studied. But this is the way that I think about the internet nowadays and someone who has to engage with the internet. Think of it as a function of time. Don't think about any other thing. Think about time. So there are tons and tons of people that hate me. They hate me they think I'm stupid. They think I'm a bad player. They think I don't represent the casuals. They think I don't represent the pros. They think that I'm a narcissist. They think I suck. Many other things, right? Now, there's another group of people and kind of everything also in between that are really supportive. They're really with me. They encourage me. They want me to do well. They will help me succeed, etc. Only think about time. I'm only here once. If I spend my time, allocate it with all the people that are just spewing hatred, not only am I going to lose brain cells, but I'm actually going to lose, the most valuable resource that we have, and my ability to achieve things, help things, accomplish things, teach people things just goes down with every moment. What I would actually love to do is I would love to be the white knight of Reddit and go in there and go to every single thread and just utterly academically decimate people for spewing negativity toward anybody. I would love to do it, and I think I have the capacity to do it, but it's a function of time. That is such a waste of time. It is such a waste of time to focus on the dumbasses of life. That's why in my stream, there's really one rule. Be nice and be awesome, or get perma-banned. That's it. I don't do timeouts because you're wasting my time. Then people say, wow, Rax is really sensitive. Rax is really, he's the executioner. Oh, here it is, cancel culture. If you disagree with Rax, he bans you. That's completely wrong. I don't ever ban people for disagreeing with me. I ban people when they're pieces of shit. That's how you get banned. It's a function of time. You know what I mean? That's how I approach the subject. Will I play Sekiro? I probably will. I'll probably play all the Dark Souls and Sekiro and Bloodborne. I'll probably beat them all. I'm going to beat all of them probably off stream. But if the Elden Ring DLC, if it's going to solve the toxicity that no one has all the answers to the game, I might stream that. I had a blast going through Elden Ring. I still play it almost every night. I'm real powerful now. I'm crazy powerful now. Do I believe in second chances? Not really, but I give people second chances anyway. Do I believe in them? Not really. If I'm being honest with you, not really. And that's just not on stream. That's kind of in life. Again, function of time. If I meet someone and they're an asshole to me, I just don't associate with them. If they apologize, I accept their apology. If they want to hang out again, I say no. I'm good. I accept your apology. Thank you. Take your newfound knowledge forward with you in life, and I just move on. Not really, to be honest. You're giving D4 a second chance? Yeah, Critison, I'm looking at your name more closely. Am I saying right? Criticism? Criticism. There's an extra CI in there, isn't there? Criticizing. Oh, okay, criticizing. Okay, we'll go like that. Criticizing. Thank you. I don't think I would have ever got that. I kept calling you Critison. Thought it was like citizen, but instead Critison. Yeah, Critison or criticizing bought me all of the Dark Souls games and all of the DLCs. Here's one simple fact, guys. Here's one thing. Even the people that hate me the most, I don't think they can go against me on this one. At least I'm here trying. At least I'm still here in the Diablo 4 community. How many people said fuck Diablo 4 and they do nothing for it? How many people abandon it? If you care about Diablo, well, at least I'm still here trying. So, at least I'm still trying. So even if you hate me, at least I'm here still trying. Thank you guys. I appreciate all the kind words. We will keep going. I'm feeling good. Everything will be good. Something weird is going to happen tomorrow, and I don't know exactly how it's going to work. I'm going to be gone almost the entire day. So I will either stream very early or I will stream very late. I don't know which one. So tomorrow will be a very weird stream. But we're streaming every day for 10 years, so I will stream no matter what. How about both? I mean, maybe. My best friend's fiance is here from England. I want to spend time with them, so they want to do like a kind of all-day thing. Sure. I just got to figure out a way to squeeze in a stream. So it'll either be in the morning or at night. Not sure which one. When am I going to take a vacation? In 5 years. In 5 years. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Tomorrow we will continue the blast. Probably dick around more on Diablo 4. I'll probably make my tier list tomorrow on stream. That's what we can do. I can't stream too much tomorrow and it will be at a weird time. But let's make the tier list tomorrow. Diablo 4's grind is eternal. Thanks for the super chat, my friend. Appreciate it. All right. What do you guys want to watch? We got a couple of choices here. Do you guys want to go hang out with Riker playing Hades 2, or do you want to watch DM play Elden Ring for the first time? Or, DAT mods. DAT mods, I mean. Or we could go watch Barricade doing Season 4 source preparation. Barricade, mods, or Riker? Who do you want to watch? Okay, DM. And do we realize that DM means DAT mods in this case? Okay, it's between DAT mods and Barricade, it seems. It's very close. Maybe, okay, let's raid Barricade today because I never get a chance to raid him, and because I just raided mods. Let's do Barricade, I guess, and it's about half and half. We'll do mods tomorrow. All right, guys, have an excellent night. I will stream tomorrow. It's going to be at a weird time, and it's going to be shorter. But Sunday, we'll be back to normal. Have a great night, guys. Thank you, HelloFresh, for the sponsorship. Again, let me give them one final shout out. Order their delicious food. Order their delicious food. They've got I don't need an offer from you guys right now. Good on the offers. I already got a bunch. Actually, I'm gonna go make another one of their meals. I'm gonna make the Tex-Mex. I'm gonna make the Tex-Mex food that they gave me today. So thank you for sending me all the lovely meals. I already made the pork ramen. It was actually godly. Sarah ate 2 entire bowls of it. That's how much she liked it. Hi, Callie. I see you. Yeah, I see you. Yeah, I see you. Oh, here's Canny. You see her? She had a tick in her eye. Have a good night, guys. Say hi to Barricade. Thank you. Yep, I called Sarah a fat ass. She had 2 bowls of ramen.